Town Council regular meeting. Today is Wednesday, March 4th. And as I said, I'm calling to order this meeting. And if you'll join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great. Jenna, do you take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Blash? Here. Councilmember Garangelli?
Here.
Councilmember Kohler?
Here.
Vice Mayor Egger?
Here.
Mayor Hellman?
I am here. And I will be happy to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda, but I'd like to make one change, which is to continue item 6E on consent to probably the April 2nd or April 15th meeting.
Second.
Okay.
Any other friendly amendments to that? Any other changes to the agenda? Hearing none, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Blash? Here. Councilmember Garangelli?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger?
Aye.
Mayor Hellman?
Yes. Motion passes. And on the subject of agenda, we have a very full one this evening. I'm going to try to keep us on track so we can be home before Thursday. And with that, I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The town of Fairfax acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Meeting protocol, the mayor or presiding officer shall maintain order at all town council meetings. Council members share responsibility for modeling respectful professional conduct to effectively facilitate the meeting and encourage meaningful civic participation. All participants, including council members, staff, members of the public, and remote attendees, are expected to engage respectfully. Profane language, personal attacks, ridicule of character or motives, and discriminatory or harassment are not permitted. These standards apply equally to all viewpoints and forms of participation. Participants are asked to silence their electronic devices. The meeting will adjourn no later than 11 p.m. At approximately 9 p.m., I'm going to review the agenda to determine which remaining items will be heard or continued. So with that, we are now at the announcements section. Does anyone have any announcements? I think BPAC has a workshop. The Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council has a workshop on Saturday here in this room at noon, and all public are invited and encouraged to attend and participate.
Can you explain what BPAC is?
The Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council. No, I'm not going to take time to do that.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry, you did say that. Yeah. And it's a workshop looking at our bicycle pedestrian advisory plan and cyclist and pedestrian safety. So if that's something you want to provide some input on, please do attend that.
Any other announcements? Okay. Heather, town manager's report.
In the interest of time, I'll be very brief here today. So I wanted to also mention the BPAC meeting workshop this Saturday. There is information on our website. We've been working on a number of projects, as you're aware. So the business license software online continues to work out really well. And the clerk's office just has concluded the portion of time where we had amnesty for late registrations for the last 3 years. And so now we're moving into the regular phase, and a standard business license audit is about to occur. So that's very exciting. We have talked previously about the Fire Station 21 remodel, and we'll have an item on that later tonight. The Marin water project on Bolinas, we've been talking about, and we'll have a presentation on that later tonight as well. And then at the council's strategic planning session, the council talked about its goals for the next year, and really focusing on the projects that we're working on. And so some of the projects that are not going to receive as much focus are the dark sky ordinance and updating the the open space element, as we try to really focus in on the other priorities. And you'll hear more about those tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to the presentation section of the agenda. This first one is one of the really wonderful, fun parts of the job, where we get to recognize and honor wonderful staff members. And so this evening we have a proclamation in recognition and honoring Maria Baird for her 20 years of dedicated service to the town. So I'm going to read this, and then we'll ask you to come up and I'll hand it to you, and we'll have a little photo op. So the proclamation for you, Maria, reads as follows. Whereas Maria Baird has devoted 20 years of exemplary service to the town of Fairfax, demonstrating steadfast commitment to public service, community engagement, and the enrichment of civic life. And whereas in her role as community events coordinator within the town's park and recreation department, Maria Baird has helped sustain and elevate cherished community traditions, including the annual spring egg hunt, the crafts fair, the town picnic, Alice in Wonderland tea party, the Fairfax art walk, many concerts, holiday celebrations, electrification fairs, and numerous other gatherings that bring together residents of all ages year after year. And whereas through her steady coordination, attention to detail, and deep institutional knowledge, Maria has ensured that these events are not only successful, but welcoming, inclusive, and reflective of the uniqueness and spirit of Fairfax. And whereas Maria Baird has been instrumental in supporting the Parks and Rec Commission, including recruiting and onboarding new commissioners, restoring quorum during periods of inactivity, developing meeting materials, archiving public records, and ensuring well-run public meetings. And whereas under her collaborative guidance, Park has advanced memorial benches, murals, mosaics, tot lot improvement, artist in residence initiatives that have enhanced the town's public spaces and strengthened community partnerships among artists, volunteers, donors, and residents. And whereas Maria has been a generous and dependable partner to local organizations, including the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce, the Fairfax Theater Company, our many local schools, nonprofit organizations, faith-based groups, and neighboring jurisdictions, providing clarity in navigating our town processes, assisting with sponsorship coordination, and facilitating shared community resources. And whereas her support of the Artists in Residence program has demonstrated a meaningful commitment to diversity inclusion and the elevation of multicultural voices, recognizing the importance of varied perspectives in shaping Fairfax's cultural environment. And whereas Maria has supported vital public safety and preparedness efforts, including staffing the Disaster Council, bringing support to evacuation drills, CPR trainings, and whereas through initiatives such as Pride Month displays, menorah lightings, youth-centered programming, Mayor for the Day, and numerous culture and community building activities, Maria has strengthened civic pride and fostered a sense of belonging among Fairfax families. And whereas her thoughtfulness and strong sense of responsibility to the town and its resources have ensured that the new ideas are balanced with what is feasible and sustainable, preserving the integrity of Fairfax's traditions. And whereas countless families have benefited from the programs and events she has helped sustain, creating opportunities for children and young people to participate, contribute, and feel deeply connected to their community. Whereas over 2 decades of service, Maria Baird has earned the respect and gratitude of colleagues, commissioners, volunteers, artists, business leaders, and residents whose lives and experiences have been enriched by her dedication and care. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax hereby recognizes and honors Miss Maria Baird for her 20 years of outstanding service as Community Events Coordinator and extends its deepest appreciation for her enduring contributions to the vitality, inclusivity, and spirit of the Fairfax community. Be it further resolved that the Town of Fairfax expresses its sincere gratitude for Maria Baird's commitment and congratulates her on this remarkable milestone with appreciation for the legacy she has helped build and sustain for present and future generations. Just go up to the podium.
Okay, so just backing up here, I want to say I love my job so much. I look forward to coming to work. I feel like Fairfax is my second home. When I started, my daughter, who's in the audience, Nicole, was 4 years old. She hadn't even begun kindergarten yet. She would go play at Perry Park. I mean, I feel such a part of this community, even though I don't reside here. I feel like I'm ingrained into, into Fairfax. I mean, just the little things like walking to the post office to put up my agendas. I'll run into 5 people that I know that I need to talk to and get business done that way as well. So there's no other place like Fairfax on earth. And I feel so lucky and fortunate that I'm in this position. Prior to this, I worked in the hazardous waste field for 15 years for the City and County of San Francisco, where Heather and I worked together in the same office. So crossed a lot of different paths along the way, but I feel like this job was meant for me. Even back then, my favorite part was actually planning the recycling conference. So doing events, just, making people's life special. And when you have parents come up to you at the spring egg hunt and thank you, for putting this on for their children, I mean, that's what really makes you feel satisfied and like, you're doing a service to the community. So I have great coworkers I work with. Ann Manis, who's in the audience. Obviously, Heather, Mike, everyone here, Kristen, Janabai. I feel very lucky that we have just a great staff and a lot of support for the people. And like I said, there's no other place I'd want to work other than this town. And just to note my family in the audience, my mom, Vitropoulos, is here. She has stuffed thousands of eggs with candy for the kids. She's been doing it for the past 10 years. My sister, Vicky, and she's been very supportive of all the work that I've done, including she came and helped us with the soup walk this past Saturday. And my beautiful, precious daughter, Nicole, who, like I said, when I first started our first picnic, she was 4 years old. I have a great photo of me and her together wearing mommy and me matching outfits, pushing recycling toters across the ball field. It's like a classic. So again, I'm deeply grateful, indebted to all of you for making this happen. And I hope to be here another 20 years. I don't know. I might be like walking with a cane at that point. I'll be like 82, but you never know. Thank you again. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you, council, as well.
Thank you, Maria. It's an absolute joy and pleasure. And I want to thank Councilmember Kohler, who contributed significantly to the content of that proclamation, as well as I know Heather did. Did you want to offer some comment?
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, there's a couple of things. Maria is always enthusiastically willing to help on projects for our town. I've never had her say no. When I served as mayor 3 times, each time I requested Maria's help to convene the Citizens Disaster Council, which the first time hadn't been done since 2006. Maria seamlessly invited members, arranged the meeting with multiple participants, took notes, and in 2020 worked tirelessly with the police and fire chiefs to establish the first townwide evacuation drill at my request. And then in 2015, I went to Park and Maria asking them to reestablish the Citizen of the Year award. Hadn't been done for a number of years. And Maria and the Park team led the effort for nominations and more. And at that time in 2015, we awarded both David Smadback, who most of you know, and Jody Timms in 2015. And then in 2024, I had this other bright idea, and I went to Maria and Park and asked them to develop a Mayor for the Day program for youth. Nobody said no. Everyone jumped in. Maria led the Park team working with White Hills School on submittals for middle schoolers and beyond. But we ended up with a high school student, Felix Schudlinger, a senior at Archie Williams, who was our first mayor for the day, who led our town council meeting superbly. And I want to say that many people thought he did a much better job than I did. But I just want to thank Park and Maria for putting that together. That was great. And I just want to say, Maria is totally a joy to work with. Thank you. And thanks for all your years of service.
I'm going to be really quick, but my first exposure to you was just a couple of weeks after I was elected, and then we got hit with COVID, and we stood up this task force, and it was fly by the seat of your pants, and you were just rolled with it. We were creating spreadsheets and programs. I mean, it was every week something new, and I felt like I was on the phone with you for probably 3 hours a day, and as crazy as it was when I look back on it, it was really fun to work with you, and you are a joy, and we obviously really, really appreciate you. So, do we have any public comment? Anyone from the room? Anyone on Zoom? Go ahead, Anne.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff. Ann Manis, Recreation and Community Services Manager. While I contributed to the proclamation, I just have a couple of words I'd like to say. Maria, I don't remember actually the actual moment I met you, but I know it was around 15 years ago when I was first hired for the town. And it wasn't too long after that that the 3 of us, back when Camille was in the mix, started program by program, event by event, one partnership at a time, building what is today the robust Recreation and Community Services Program Department for the town. And I am so proud of what we have accomplished together, and so proud of what we've created. There are many qualities that I love about you, and I'm going to share. Your kindness and thoughtfulness. It hasn't been unusual over the years to see Maria running around with a piece of paper or a card and a pen, grabbing signatures from staff whenever there was someone's birthday or someone's big event. There you were, thinking of them, wanting to have them well wishes to them, and you spearheaded that every time. So I really appreciate that. Another fun fact about Maria that I love is that she loves to read the Marin IJ old school style, hard copy in her office, paper by paper, flipping it over. And I always have loved that. I always love catching you, reading the Marin IJ. You always have bring in different knowledge of what's happening around the county, and your institutional knowledge is superb, and you have an incredible memory, and I love that you can bring funny memories into various things that we've had to remember over the years. And then last but not least, I just want to acknowledge your family. In recreation, it's kind of a family affair. We're grabbing our husbands and our friends and our kids' friends and our parents and all those things to make things happen. And so I just want to thank her family. Nicole, you were a counselor in training for me. Over the years, we pulled you in so many times for recreation. Sorry, I'm just for wreath making, and now you're working with Sharon to do the ceramics. So thank you so much. Oh, there she is. Yes. And Mrs. Tropolis, thank you for all your egg hunts, doing that. And Vicki, I know Maria, you've been very important to Maria over the years. So thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
Just go. Okay. Hi, Maria. I just wanted to say thank you also and acknowledge all of your support for the Chamber of Commerce throughout all these years. I remember meeting you at the egg hunt and trying to hide as many eggs as possible before the children attacked us. And it was always so much fun. And every time I need you for anything or, have some crazy idea I want to bring to you, you're so supportive and helpful. And I know I can always count on you. So congratulations. Thank you.
Lisa Hillstrom at the Park and Rec Commission. Maria, on behalf of the Park and Rec Commission, just want to thank you so much. We've all contributed to the words that were shared earlier, but I want to acknowledge your attitude and grace are simply unmatched and so appreciated. It's a pleasure to work with you, and want to acknowledge your mom who brought this beautiful woman into this world, who's continued to bless this town of Fairfax and really activated and enriched all of our lives. So thank you so much, Maria. We appreciate you and look forward to working with you more. Bravo.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, expressing my thanks to Maria and everybody else involved helping her. Thank you very much. You're very appreciated. And then a matter of procedure for this council, there seems to be viewpoint discrimination that goes on regularly, and you waive the rules when you see fit for those that you like, but you enforce and you go beyond enforcing and you interrupt those that you don't like or you walk out on them. The first presentation, I applaud the presentation. It was great. I'm all about what was said, but it went overtime. How is it that some people get to go overtime and some people don't even get to finish what they're trying to say? That's called viewpoint discrimination. Thank you.
Are there any speakers on Zoom or any other members of the public wish to speak? Okay. Congrats again. I inadvertently skipped future agenda topics on the agenda. So before we proceed with presentation number 2, do we have any future agenda topics we want to raise? Not seeing anyone. Okay. Moving on to presentation number 2, which is from Marin Water District, MMWD. So as many of you know, there's a pipeline replacement. Sorry. Our second presenter is Marin Municipal Water District. There is a pipeline replacement project that we will be hearing more about. And forgive me, I've already forgotten your name. We met a few minutes ago, but if you could identify yourself, and I know we have your slides, so
Sure,
welcome.
absolutely.
Welcome.
Well, good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name's Alex and I am the engineer.
I just interrupt
No,
and ask
The
folks who
conversations in the back need to,
go outside.
Sharon, we can't have the speaking. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Alex and I, Engineering Director, Marin Municipal Water District. First, I want to start off by thanking you for giving us this opportunity to present the Bolinas Road project this evening. Here to present the item is Zach Talbot, our Engineering Manager of Design, who will be walking us through this PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Good evening. Thank you for having us. Tonight we'll be talking about the Bolinas Road Pipeline Replacement Project. This is an important project to the Marin Water. We've been looking to get the pipe replaced along Bolinas Road for several years now, and we identified it in our 2-year capital program budget. The pipe is well over 100 years old, and in fact, I was kind of looking at your town seal up there, and I believe it was installed about 10 years before the town was incorporated. So that the pipe has gone past its useful life, and it's time for replacement. And we're here, or I'm here to kind of go through the project with you all. Next slide, please.
And just so the council and presenters know, there can be a technical delay with the slides, so just appreciate your patience.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so what is a pipeline replacement project? This caricature it simplifies essentially what Marin Water will be doing. So in blue is what we call the water main, and that's in almost every single public street in Fairfax and around the Marin Water District. And that water main is what supplies water to the meter in front of your house or business. And then from there, the color changes from blue to green, and that's what we call the residential or commercial side piping. And so that's your own lateral to your house, to your tap, to your kitchen sink. So along Bolinas Road, we'll be replacing all the main line from Deer Park Villa to Broadway, as well as the service laterals from the main to the service meters, as well as hydrants and fire laterals, and all the valves, associated valves that occur at most every intersection. Marin Water undertakes 3 to 5 drinking water pipeline replacement projects each year throughout its service area, with a general goal of replacing a total of 9 miles of pipe annually. So Bolinas Road is just shy of a mile of that 9 miles we try and reach every year. While we're waiting for the next slide, I'd just like to note that Marin Water has also replaced pipe in large downtown areas before. I know that is one of the comments that we kind of received leading up to this. So most recently, we've replaced pipe in downtown Mill Valley, Tiburon along Paradise Drive. In Mill Valley, it was along Blythesdale and Miller Creek, and as well as downtown San Rafael. All right, thank you. Okay, so project benefits. This pipeline replacement project will replace cast iron pipe that is over 100 years old with modern, seismically resilient welded steel pipe. We have calculated through our hydraulic modeling program that it will increase fire flow along this segment by up to 20% and higher in some areas. And so we're able to calculate that with our hydraulic model that looks at the whole system. And essentially we isolate the pipe in Fairfax, and we could say, okay, we're going to be upgrading the pipe material. It's going to be brand new. Let's see what the fire flow increases are. And so we've modeled over 20% on all the hydrants along the main road there. We'll also be cutting water waste from leaks in the water system. The cast iron pipe has leaked at least, I think 8 or 9 times in the last 15 years. So every time there's a leak, you lose water from the system, and it can cause delays, traffic, and people being interrupted without water service, without any notice, because the leaks kind of happen at any time. And of course, we'll be reducing the risk of major water main ruptures and associated damages as it applies to, say, major events such as like an earthquake, natural disasters such as an earthquake. So I like this picture here. I wanted to highlight this is the Rock Ridge pipeline replacement project that we actually just completed in 2025. This is along Rock Ridge, right near I think Scenic Avenue, kind of near the entrance to the Tamarancho mountain biking area. And so we just recently replaced 1.4 miles of 6-inch and 8-inch welded steel and PVC pipe. It's kind of hard to see, but the white line kind of vertical up and down, that's actually the new pipeline. It's our welded steel pipe that's tape wrapped with cathodic protection. And then kind of the 4 cluster there, that's a 4 valve cluster. So at every intersection, we'll install a brand new gate valve, which is essentially a larger valve that you would see on, say, a hose spigot. It's just appropriately sized. So that way, if there is ever a leak in the future, our crews can go out and adequately isolate pipes within the system. Or if, say, a utility accidentally breaks the brand new pipe, the gate valves really help us isolate the system to control essentially the lack of flow of water due to an unplanned break. So outreach. Early or late in 2025, the district sent out a direct advance letter that kind of looks similar to the one that we're showing right here, and it showed the limits of the project. So we like to focus along the residents and businesses directly along the corridor of the pipeline project to let them know, hey, this is coming. If you have any questions, please reach out to us. And then as we get closer to construction, another mailer will be mailed to residents, not just along Bolinas, but in the greater kind of area. And then finally, the last thing I want to note here is our yellow door hangers. So as the construction's progressing along Bolinas, if your water service we interrupted momentarily because we have to transfer services, we let everyone know 24 to 48 hours in advance and give them instructions on how to prepare. And if you have any special needs, like if you need constant water supply for health reasons, to let the district know, and then we can accommodate those sort of things. So those are usually hand put on all the doors by our construction staff and our contractor leading up to any sort of water service interruptions during the construction project. And then, of course, it's okay, you don't have to go back, but there was a link there at the bottom. We're going to have a web page at marinwater.org, and it's / I think, Bolinas Pipeline Replacement Project. So we'll have up-to-date project kind of updates on our website throughout the project. So, and a lot of questions have come our way about, will we have to shut down businesses downtown? And the answer is no. We've been partnering with the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce to coordinate the communication, and we want to let you know that businesses can remain open. We'll be working, Monday through Friday during normal business hours, and come 5 o'clock, essentially our crews will be off the road, and no one will know that there was a construction activity. That way, people could use the road as needed. And so, and a lot of folks are asking, hey, can we get a detailed breakdown of when we're going to be downtown? And at this moment, we don't have one because we just hired our contractor, Argonaut Constructors. Within the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have a detailed schedule that we can share, of course, with the businesses and online to anyone who might be interested. And our communications department has reached out to the Commerce the Chamber of Commerce about Marin Water's open and willing to help with digital and printed signage to help reinforce that downtown businesses can remain open during construction. Just again, I know I mentioned Rock Ridge Pipeline, but I wanted to highlight that we've been investing in Fairfax recently. Most recently, we did Park Road Pipeline Replacement Project, where we completed in summer of 2025, just along the road outside here. We installed 1,500 feet of pipeline and replaced 28 service laterals and 4 hydrant laterals. And just before that, we had the Fire Flow Improvement Program project, where we actually target undersized pipe within the community and upsize it. And we completed that in spring of 2025, and that was a larger project. 7,500 feet of pipe, 102 service laterals, and over 16 hydrant laterals were replaced with that project. Okay, so what's next? So the Bolinas Pipeline project schedule, I did my best to kind of lay out where we think things are going to lie. We're going to say construction will likely start in April. But like I said, we just got we're about to get under contract with our contractor, and the plan is to start near Deer Park Villa and work our way north towards Broadway into downtown. And then work will be completed towards the end of the construction window, which is what we're saying kind of September, maybe August timeframe. It's hard to tell how quickly they'll work their way through it, but that is the general contract limits of the contract that we'll be signing with the contractor Argonaut. Again, we'll have project updates available at marinwater.org/Bolinas pipeline replacement project. And this direction of work was communicated a lot with the public work department. We talked about, hey, where would it be best to start? Because it is a linear project. You kind of start at one end or the other. And we both agreed that likely the best scenario was to start at Deer Park Villa to give businesses enough time to kind of prepare for the construction that'll be coming our way. But primarily because whenever you start a construction project, you tend to have your least efficiencies. The contractors are getting used to showing up in the Fairfax. They don't work at high of productivity rate as they would say maybe halfway through the project or at the end. So our goal is by the time they get to Bolinas, the construction team will be completely dialed in and working as efficiently as possible, so that way we can get in and get out of downtown as fast as we can. So what to expect during construction? Construction will occur on weekdays, as I mentioned before, 8 to 5 p.m., as long as we're allowed to keep 2 lanes of traffic open on Bolinas Road. And that was a stipulation in our permit conditions that we worked out with the Public Works Department. Those hours get truncated if we have to go to 1 lane of traffic. And occasionally that'll happen when we have to say cross the street because the alignment needs to change due to utility conflicts. But our goal is to try and maintain 2 lanes of traffic throughout the construction project. Of course, there's going to be heavy equipment and construction personnel in the roadway. We'll have traffic control signs in place, which will reduce vehicle speeds when required. And so please, allow extra time for travel in the area. There's going to be an engineered traffic control plan that'll be stamped by a licensed traffic control company. So, at the beginning of the project, the contractor is required to submit that to the town to review to make sure that they approve of the traffic control plan, and that will actually get kind of updated and changed as the construction crews work their way down Bolinas. And if things aren't working out as we had hoped to on paper, we have weekly meetings set up with the town, with the town's Public Works Department, so that way that we can be in lockstep with them and make sure that what we're asking folks to do in terms of traffic control is working out. Parking restrictions are anticipated in order to maintain those 2 lanes of traffic. And again, this is just in the areas that we're working. Usually it's about 100, 200 feet a day of work zone. So out of the 4,500 feet, we're only working about 200 feet a day at a time. So that's kind of the chunk of area that the work zone will be, and everything else will kind of look as normal. And then come 5 o'clock each evening, our crews will be off site, and again, they will cease work, and then folks can park and go on throughout their evening routines. There will be temporary water service interruptions, and again, those yellow flyers I was pointing out earlier, Marin Water will notify you 24 to 48 hours in advance by hanging notice the planned water shutoff on your front door or your gate. And of course, the flyer has a contact phone number on it. That's kind of on there in blue, where you can contact our Marin Water construction management team. During normal business hours, we can get back to you if something's going on. We're very aware that folks might have questions, and so we actually have someone within our construction management team who will return phone calls. And then if you call outside of normal business hours, there's a voicemail messaging system where people can leave a message, and then we'll get back to you during normal business hours.
I don't want to interrupt, but just on the phone thing. So there could be emergency situations that crop up at night, and I don't think a voicemail will work. Are you going to have some 24-hour service that can get, can get to staff if there is something that occurs?
Yes, absolutely. So let's say they install a new pipe and they just hooked up the new water service to your house, and one of the, fittings wasn't properly tightened and there's a leak. We have a 24/7 operations division that works at our Corte Madera headquarters. So there's a phone number there that you can call, and someone will pick up the phone, and they'll dispatch a valve technician out and isolate that water leak, for
And
instance.
will that be on your materials? I think it needs to be.
Yeah, we could add that on there. I don't have it
I think
memorized.
that's important because, these kinds of things will happen. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's a great point. We could certainly have that on the flyer. And then lastly, just some facts about the project, just to kind of wrap it up. We'll be replacing 4,300 feet of new water pipeline, 106 water service laterals along the alignment, 7 new hydrant service laterals, and 2 new fire line service laterals. Thank you.
Okay, let's ask questions from the dais and then we will open public comment. I'll start with you, Mike.
Okay, I have a couple questions. So you're doing the 100 to 200 feet at a time. How do people deal with blocking driveways and access to their property?
Yeah, that's a great question. We'll have a construction inspector on site at all times, and this does come up. Hey, I need to leave my house. Can I get across, the construction zone? And they'll stop work and allow people to leave their residence and then come back.
Okay, I have a few questions, by the way. How long of a stretch of time would things like blocking driveways, shutting water off to homes or businesses, what does that look like? The length of time that those get shut down or?
Sure. Let's say they're mainlining in front of your house and you're watching them. They're going to be kind of in front of your house for that day. The rate in which they move, when you wake up the next day, they're going to be down the block. So it's about a day at a time where they're kind of working in front of, say, someone's house. In terms of water service shutdowns, I think we put on our flyer about 8 hours. It's often a lot less than that, but we want people to be prepared when we do water service transfer. So that's essentially transferring your old lateral from the old main to the new main, right? So that there's a disconnect and a connection, and then they kind of systematically go from house to house. And so we want everyone to be prepared for 8 hours, but oftentimes it's less than that.
Right. So my family owns Deer Park Villa.
Okay.
And we just replaced 100-year-old pipes all over the property. And you got to do a lot of planning to make sure that you obviously access to the property and water shutdowns and things like that. But there's 2 more questions I have. One is related to how much equipment is being used. I imagine it's a lot, and it's all heavy equipment. Is that true?
Yeah,
A lot of it.
It's a great question. Usually there's one excavator on site kind of digging the trench. There's usually a front loader kind of moving material to backfill the trench. And then you have a welder on site since this is welded steel pipe. And they have their own welding truck. You'll have, kind of laborers who get into the pit and help bolt up fittings and connections. And then you might have a few just basic pickup trucks for the foreman and the construction inspectors. Towards the end, when we're doing paving, you'll have proper paving equipment coming in and repaving the road, but they usually don't come in
That's
until
where
the
I'm
end.
headed to next, paving the road. So, and a lot of heavy trucks come through our downtown. I'm not saying they're all yours, but in general,
Sure.
they do construction, not always even in Fairfax, outside the city limits, town limits. So on the paving of the road, what gets repaved?
Yeah, it's another great question. So we've been working with the town's public works department, and they established essentially a typical trench detail is what we call it, and it's based on the uniform construction standards that were adopted by the county in 2018. And it essentially, if you would imagine the pipes in the trench, we of course pave the trench in which we cut out, but there's what we'd call wings or overlay, and on this particular project, the overlay varies between 6 and 8 feet in width. Even though the trench is maybe 2 feet in width, the actual final paving limits will be around 6 to 8
So
feet.
my final question is there a way to, and I know you're working with the city, but we're town.
Yeah.
We're part of it. We're sitting up here. I don't see how you got a road that has two ways it's going, right? And you only pave a portion of it. Don't you just have to pave the whole darn thing? From this sidewalk to the across the street. In my estimation, it should all be paved. So it looks uniform and it just has better quality. So that's what I think should happen with all the money people spend for water and all that. I think that at the very least, when you cut up the streets, you should pave from one side of the road to the other to make it match and give a quality job that the town would be proud of.
Yeah, I mean,
So the question is, can you do it?
Um,
Because we think you, I mean, I don't know about we, but I think you should do it.
Yeah, so we're essentially going off of what the permit conditions are, and they've been adopted by all the different towns and communities within the district area and the county itself. And the onus is for the utility to pave kind of their portion of where their pipe is going. So maybe on the other side of the street is a different utility that where we're not installing, and so the onus would be on that utility. That's the best I could answer that question.
Okay, last thing, it's not even a question, it's just a comment. It sounds like a lot of patchwork to me, but now you know my preference.
Okay, moving. Thank you. Mike, want to turn you off your mic? Go ahead.
Turn Mike. Just question. First of all, thanks for the presentation. Really covered a lot of questions that I had. We do know that, and this is kind of following on what Councilmember Galley was talking about. We know that heavy equipment is 15 times heavier than a typical car. So we also know that there will be some impact to our roads, not just the area that you're paving. So I'm wondering, understand that the permit conditions were set working with all cities and towns, and you're covering broader than where you're just going. But should we see real impact to our roads, is there an opportunity, and maybe this question is for Director Kush, is there an opportunity for us to go back and say, your heavy equipment damaged our roads even more, can we get additional paving work? So I don't think that's for you to answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. And typically with all our construction projects, if there's any damage caused by the construction process itself, it's usually on the contractor to go in there and make the repair and fix it. So if there's ever any like scarring or damage to the road surface, that will be taken care of by the contractor. So that's something that's usually addressed during construction as we're going, because as we progress, there's always inspections. So that's something that gets identified. Condition of the road prior to the construction project, during construction, and afterwards. So if there's some discrepancy after the fact, we identify, and if it's there, we take care of that.
Okay, and thank you so much. And I would ask our Public Works Director that as this project goes forward, we do a really good job of documenting what our road looks like beforehand, so that if we do need to go back and ask for some additional paving, we have the documentation, because we know our roads are not in great shape. But we also know that heavy equipment can really exacerbate that. So appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So the first would be, you mentioned that the current pipes are over 100 years old. So what might happen if we don't do this? Like what's sort of the worst case scenario? You mentioned there's already been leaks in the past several years, but what is if it's ignored and not maintained as scheduled? What ultimately happens?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's hard to imagine unless you've seen it, but the cast iron pipe that's in the road tends to fail catastrophically. And what I mean by that, it's not like a pinhole leak. It's a longitudinal leak that can be 4, 5, 6 feet in length. And at the pressure that's in Bolinas Road, it can crater the road and then flood people's homes and businesses.
Okay.
And that's worst case scenario. So over time, the cast iron breaks down, and when it finally gives, it gives without warning.
Okay.
And
just so I'm clear on how it works, you're obviously the utility advising it's time to replace. And if for some reason the town says no, then does the liability shift to us because you wanted to replace it?
That's a great question. We've never encountered that type of situation before. Usually we work collaboratively with any organization and try to make sure to get it done. I wouldn't know how to answer that question without any council support on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good to know that you've been met with so much cooperation. My next question is, so you were describing, it sounded like 4 or 5 different types of vehicles, and I'm thinking about, you know, I mean, it's going to be a major inconvenience, obviously, right? That's just facts, right? But it has to happen. So I'm thinking about, so let's just talk about Bolinas from, say, Park going north, right? So where would those trucks go? And you said there would be two-way. So there's just going to be the two ways. How's that going to work? Like, create a visual for me.
Yeah, I'll do my best. So assuming that there's enough width, and this will kind of happen when the traffic control plan gets developed, but we're anticipating, unless there's changes, but essentially we're anticipating no parking. So now the parking lanes areas are used for through traffic. So you'll be driving kind of alongside the curb.
Okay.
So that way you can get traffic around, and then we'll be working. We do our best to install our pipeline as close as we can to the curb, so we're not like straight in the middle of the road. But sometimes we can't help it based on where other utilities lie, and we have certain offset requirements to say sanitary sewer and PG&E gas. We have to be a certain amount of feet away from them, and that's really what dictates our alignment. But for the most part, we try and align our pipe, as close as we can to the edge of the curb, so that way we can maintain traffic.
Okay. And then just want to put in my 2 cents that, your project timeline, I know is not fixed yet. You're still going to be publishing that in the next couple of weeks, it sounds like. But needless to say, like all communities, when school starts up, I mean, the first couple of weeks of school and the public schools start in mid-August. It's like gridlock here. Everyone's kind of easing back into the schedule, and it's really intense. So anything you can do to avoid that, or perhaps we think about how to maybe redirect traffic for a couple of weeks. I don't know, but I just wanted to make sure that we're being mindful of that, because it's.
Yes, certainly. We've done that a lot with other towns with
Yeah.
with school traffic and schools starting up. So we understand.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Wildland fire coming off the mountain and coming through town, blowing through Fairfax is probably our biggest public safety threat here in town. So we're pleased we're going to get these new improved enlarged fire mains. I just did a quick little calculation there, trying to figure out if you did 200 feet a day, maybe 24 days you could get that done. But everything is saying up to 7 months to get it done. So I'm just trying to figure out, can that 7-month time frame be shortened? Do you expect to get it done much sooner? Number one.
Certainly, the 7 months I think was like maximum time. So like let's say they started in April, likely it'll be done by August, maybe September. The goal would be August. The 200 feet a day is just for mainline piping. That's what you would call like the most productive part of the project. What creates the long length time is, okay, now we have to put in a new valve, so that slows us down. Now, tomorrow we're going to be tying into this side street, and the tie-in will take a day or two. When we start doing service laterals, that really starts adding time, because the 200 feet a day isn't complete. It's just the main pipeline, and then they come back and do the service laterals. And then, of course, you've got to account for time on the back end to do final paving and striping.
But there's about 45 businesses on Bolinas Road from Deer Park Villa down to Broadway, about 12 restaurants. Are there times when they're going to have the water supply cut off? Will the restaurants have to close, or the bars have to close for a day or two? How is that going to work?
Yes, that's a great question. There'll likely only be a couple of shutoffs when they get to the downtown area, when we tie in to the other pipelines within the area, and then when we transfer services. When talking with the town's public works department, we determined that particularly in downtown, we want to minimize the impacts to businesses, and we felt the hours between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. is when water would be shut off. So likely after most of the restaurants have closed. And again, this is usually Monday through Thursday. So this isn't the weekend, right? We're not shutting down water on the weekend. It's a Monday through Thursday, and we typically never shut down water on a Friday.
Okay, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there'd be no work done down there, or?
Correct. Well, Friday they would be working during the day, but certainly after 5 p.m. there will be no planned shutdowns on a Friday or Saturday night.
Are you actually going to mark the street ahead of this so we can tell exactly where the water line is going to go? I know, I think the sewer line is mostly in the middle of the street, so you've got to be a distance away from the sewer.
That's correct.
Now the gas lines are really old down there too. I want PG&E at your meeting. They said you talked to PG&E and they said no, we're not replacing any of these pipes in the ground. But theirs are really old too.
Yes,
almost as old as yours.
Almost.
So who's going to do the coordination between PG&E and Ross Valley Sanitary District and our businesses? Do we do the coordination, or does MMWD do the coordination? I'm just wondering what the plan is to coordinate all of this so we really get it down.
So typically, I would be the one that coordinates with all the utilities to get all the utilities replaced. And I'm kind of the main hub for that.
Okay, good. So you'll have a handle on during the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Will there be any parking allowed on Bolinas during this project, or will parking be prohibited in the sections of Bolinas where you're working?
In order to maintain traffic, we're anticipating that parking will not be allowed during where we're actively in construction.
Okay. Are there any plans? I'm pretty familiar with exactly what happened in downtown Girdville last summer, and businesses lost a lot of money. They tore up that street. They replaced lines. They replaced curbs, gutters, and sidewalk. A real mess. And Caltrans ended up paying some of those businesses for lost revenue, lost income while they had to close. Has Marin Water talked about the possibility of having to reimburse some of the local businesses for lost business if things go sideways on you down there?
That's something that we could look into and continue discussion with the Chamber of Commerce. But this is something new for discussion for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Blash?
Yeah, just a couple of things. There've been a lot of talk about, I guess, the side of the road that you're working on. I think there's only one parklet, but I have some concerns about what will happen with that parklet that is there on the corner. It's kind of a real hub for the community. I think it probably cost a great deal to build. So I'd like to know if there's any plans about how Marin Water will work with the owner of that parklet, or if, whose responsibility that is. And then the second thing that I am just curious about is, we have this very busy and thriving farmers market that just pulls in a huge amount of traffic on Monday starting in May. So just, want to put that out there. That's another concern. It makes traffic and parking in downtown crazy, and everyone loves the farmers market. So I'm just not sure how long that will actually be impacted. So two things.
Thank you. To answer the first question, actually, I met with the coffee roasters owners on Friday, and we talked about why the pipe is where it is in the road and how it would impact the parklet, and how it would be, we wouldn't be able to construct a new pipeline essentially with the parklet in its current location, right there in the public right of way, unfortunately. And that was because of the congestion of underground utilities in the area. So there's underground AT&T, there's underground Comcast, there's a sewer line There's also a 24-inch transmission main that Marin Water also has in Bolinas. It's feeding water off the mountain into greater parts of our district area. And then, of course, our old line, and you got storm drain. So when you're looking at what we like to sometimes call spaghetti soup of all the different utilities that are there, there's this one 4-foot section where there's space, and that space just happens to be right outside the parklet, and we understand, we empathize with them having to move it, but it's within the public right of way, and that's the only place that we can put our pipeline.
I mean, is there any way that Marin Water can help them with that, or that parklet can be stored somewhere, or?
Yeah, it's a great question. We were actually out there with the town public works department on Friday, and they kind of talked about some ways we could help.
I have more questions.
Yeah, so we have found a location where the businesses can store their parklets, but it is on the businesses to get the parklet or the pieces of the parklet to that location.
Okay, and you're saying parklets. I thought there was just one on that side.
There are 3 parklet areas that will need to move.
Oh, okay. It's not
because
just that side of the street. I mean, I know that there's the roastery, and then there's kind of a parklet, but it's on a parking lot for Gestalt House, but I guess others will be impacted.
Yes, Village Saki, and then Fred Elizio's and Maro's. A tie-in is happening under Fred Elizio's and Maro's at the corner of Bolinas and Broadway. And then Village Saki also has a lateral under their parklet. So it's yeah, those are the reasons.
Okay, and they've all been engaged and about that opportunity to relocate they all know.
Yes, I've reached out to all of them.
Great. Thank you for finding a solution.
A few more questions.
Okay, we do need to move along though. We've got a huge
there
agenda. I know,
important question?
I'm saying yes.
And it's
I'm
more-
saying
okay.
we are on item 2 and
I
very
appreciate
lengthy.
your kindness. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So starting at Deer Park, the line goes down. Is it just always on one side of the street, or of course, is it on the right side or the left side? Is it in the middle? Where is it?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think Councilmember Frank Egger had asked, are we going to mark it ahead of time? And so typically, as construction's progressing, we actually do mark the alignment. And before we even mark it, our contractor is required to pothole and verify existing utilities, because the best information we have are maps that other utilities gave us, but we really don't know exactly where they are until our contractor goes out and actually digs a physical hole and verifies, okay, yeah, that's where the gas line is, that's where the sewer line is. And so to our best design efforts near Deer Park Villa, I believe the pipeline is on what I would call the northbound lane going towards downtown. And then at one point, essentially, there's utilities that kind of take that alignment, and we have to switch over kind of near, I believe, Frustruck. We have to switch sides, and then we end up on what I would call the southbound lane.
But it basically encompasses both sides of the street.
Yes, and of course the laterals would have to cross, right? So if the
Right.
pipeline's on one side,
Okay.
yeah.
And then as far as the other utilities, we're coordinating with them to, if the street's open, they're going to be doing some of their own work, or this is strictly focused on the water? I still want to hear it.
So
You can just say yes or no. I mean,
no other utilities will be replaced at
Okay.
this time. The
Okay.
utilities are coordinated individually, and yeah.
Okay, so if the water line's go on both sides of the street, I want to say, I don't know, if I was sitting in your seat or the management seat of this town, I think we're kind of like that, like a board of directors up here, I would be insisting that the streets get paved. You can't, what are we gonna have? This site's paved and then over there it's gonna get paved. Just pave the whole damn thing. You guys there's plenty of money. 100 years you haven't replaced the pipe, been charging the consumers for the water. It needs to be replaced. I'm not blaming you guys. I'm not blaming anybody in this room. But it's just common sense to pave the road, both sides, so it matches, and so it covers up all the damage that's been done over the years. So I would hope that we insist on that. And that's
Okay, I'm going to open public comment now. If you're in the room and you have a question or a comment. So we're going to compile all the questions if you have questions. So there's not going to be back and forth with our presenters and the public. So if you have a question, we'll capture it and then we'll summarize answers at the end. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Doug Kelly. In my capacity as president of the Ross Valley Sanitary District, I wanted to make a couple of points. First off, we do coordinate very well with MMWD and with the public works directors of our towns to make sure we're working together. So we're coming in right after them. We have big projects here in some of the same areas, and it startles some people because our project is called a capacity enhancement, and people think we're trying to make sure we can have tall buildings. So that's not true at all. Ross Valley, together with Corte Madera and San Rafael, sends sewage to the Central Marin Treatment Plant, about 9 million gallons per day. On a high rain day, it's been up as high as 120 million gallons. So as the last project of our cease and desist order, ordered by the State Water Board, this project must happen. It's for water during rain days. So we're coming up that way. So just to let you know.
Thank you.
We'll get you more details as we're getting closer.
Hello, Council. First question, I think the Water District should be asked if they've negotiated paving rules with other communities, that if there's a certain percentage of the road that's torn up, that they have an agreement that they will pave curb to curb. Second off, to kind of correct something I heard, if this construction for a public utility such as Water District has an excessive amount of time or something in front of somebody's property, as Janet knows, that is a taking, and that property owner and business owner could be reimbursed. As decided in 1922, Pennsylvania Coal versus Mahon, or actually Mahon reversed them. And third, when we have large buildings such as School Street Plaza, do we put in an extra pump to ensure that we have the capacity for the sprinklers and the additional draw off the system? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Karen Marks, and I'm here representing the Fairfax Farmers Market. And I just want to bring to your attention that the market opens May 6th. We operate Wednesdays from 4 to 8. It was set up starting at 2 p.m. So I'm just requesting or hoping that maybe on that particular day that construction doesn't happen in those 200 feet of Bolinas or 200 feet of LC. And I'm hoping that's something that's doable, because I don't think that's a huge ask, because it would heavily impact the market. I don't think the vendors could get in to set up. And I'm hoping, if that's not a possibility, that maybe we discuss some alternative location for that. Hopefully just a week, but yeah, so just hopefully that you guys consider it and you guys consider as well would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Good evening, Todd Greenberg. I've been concerned about, and others have, who live along Bolinas Road, who have businesses, the people who owned and work at the potting shed have called in multiple times about PG&E gas leaks, as has Michelle, a prior resident tenant above the general store. And there have been gas repairs at numerous spots, including leak repairs at Gestalt House. PG&E has the gas pipeline whip circled as needing to be replaced. I've talked with MMWD. They've been very responsive. I've talked starting in January via email with Public Works Director Arnold, and she and MMWD have indicated that PG&E, despite the gas pipeline that's known to have frequently leaked in the past and is whip circled as needing replacement, it's not scheduled to be replaced. If this is a 7-month-long project or however long it's going to take, and it's going to cut into town sales tax revenues and merchants sales and inconvenience people, I would urge this council to insist, prior to letting this go forward, that PG&E replace its known and documented as prior frequently leaking 1935 gas line that's whip circled as needing a replacement concurrently with this project so that there is minimal disruption. The project engineer indicated to me on the phone, he didn't have an exact number, but he estimated that there would be $100,000 to $200,000 or possibly more savings if other utilities were to be helping them with via cost share with the paving costs. We all pay for MMWD and PG&E. If PG&E also had $100,000 to $200,000 savings, we could all save a lot of money. Thank you.
Deb London, as you know, Coffee Roastery, and we are in the crosshairs of this project at the corner there. We went to the MMWD meeting, and they were really great, really fast, hard, and dirty meeting. It was shockingly wonderful. And these guys have been nothing but cooperative. We did meet with Kirsten and Zach and Mark Lockaby, and to try to discuss what to do with the parklet. Bringing it to generously offered the storage area is way too far. What we're going to try and move that parklet in one big chunk, possibly two. And we're going to try to maybe talk to a creative contractor, as was suggested, or have a barn raising, moving project. But to move it all the way over to the way station areas, it's just way too far for us. So I guess I wanted to say that. I just did hear this time that there's going to be, I don't know why I didn't think of it before, but there's going to be water shutdowns. And that may be fine for retail, but for restaurants and cafes, it's a nightmare. It's a condemnation. We are dead in the water. We'll have to close. So that wasn't, I mean, I could see one day, but I didn't really understand it was a 7-month project. I thought it was 6 weeks. So that is a drag. And we need to do something about that because we'll have to close and we will lose a ton of money and our employees will not work, which is really bad. So I'm hoping for a one-day shutdown. And I love the 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. solution. I think that's great, especially for people who, I mean, we use water to make our product, and so do restaurants, and to meet our health department obligations. So we can't be out of water, and we can't be shut down. And we want to move. We'll move our parklet when it's imminent, when they're like there. That's when we want to move the parklet. Okay, thank you. I have a lot more, of course. Bye.
Hi, Kathy Flores. A quick question. I don't know if it was mentioned, but where is the heavy equipment going to be stored during this 5 to 7 month period?
Hi, this is Mina with the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. I just want to commend the town and Marin Water for all of their thorough communication. I do feel like they are trying their best. It's going to be a very painful, probably process. And so whatever we can do to make it go as quickly as possible. I am gathering input from different businesses on how this is going to affect them, the dust, the noise, the access to business, and just keeping as the farmers market was just here, it's difficult for everyone. So we're going to try our best to work together.
Thank you for the role you're playing with that, Mina.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I'd like to voice my support about researching road impact fees because heavy machinery uses both sides of the street. And so video documentation, et cetera, will be definitely needed. One question I have is, are PG&E utilities on the same side or on different sides of the street? Because obviously if they're on the opposite side, we can't have them working at the same time. Another question I have would be the clarification of working at night, 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. What exactly does that entail, since I live fairly close by and I can tell you a lot of unhappy people if they can't sleep. And then the other question I have is replacing the line is going to take care of the leaks. However, on Dominga, there are a lot of times when the water mains there have blown. And we've had a lot of leakage. And so is this going to end up getting repaired at some point in the near future? What is the likelihood that the increased pressure is going to blow the lines that are there, and just everything that that entails? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Hellman, council members. I'm Ranjiv Kush, a director with Marin Municipal Water District, representing the Ross and San Geronimo Valleys. So, of course, this project impacts me in some ways as well as a nearby resident. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to present the project to you. And I also want to ensure that we have procedures in place for collecting all of the different concerns that are being raised and addressing to the degree that we can, those that we can. I'm not sure that we're going to find solutions for every single problem or issue that that is raised, but we're going to do our best to address those impacts that we can in coordination with the town and with the businesses and residents that are being impacted. I'm going to suggest to my colleagues that we take all of the questions that were raised by the public now, and we develop a section on the project webpage that lists these questions with answers, and we continue to update that as we hear more. We will be working with, of course, the Chamber of Commerce, and as we continue to learn more about their concerns and our schedule, we'll continue to update that. There will be, I hope, a lot of elements of this project that go well and faster than we anticipate, but we also know that there are going to be unexpected hiccups. Those things always arise, and so we may be coming back to meet with you to talk about how we manage challenges that come up. I'm concerned about the impacts, for example, on the farmers market that's been mentioned. I know that the Fairfax Festival will be coming up in June, and I want to make sure that we don't have any adverse effects on that as well. And there will be other things that we need to deal with. So please know that this is a collaboration. We're all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it sounds like, I know all of us took notes, so it sounds like you captured the questions and then you'll prepare some responses for the project webpage. That sounds fantastic. Thank you so much. And maybe we can hear about progress through the town manager's report. I'd love to personally, we'd all like to know when the schedule is published and just stay informed, right? We don't want to only hear about when bad things happen. We want to hear all along. So
if I could just respond, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the presentation. We asked Marin Water to come here because we knew that this would be, a project of concern that impacts everyone in town, and really appreciate them taking the time to do that. It does often happen that we invite another agency and they, say, you can come to our board meeting. They're our customers as well. So we really do appreciate that. And we will continue to put the project updates, as you mentioned, Mayor, in the town newsletter and keep people informed. And I want to give a special commendation to Kristen Arnold, our Public Works Director. It's been a fun-filled first year for her with lots of projects, and she's done an amazing job of coordinating this.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Just say this quickly. Rajesh mentioned Fairfax Festival, and for 3 days, Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, we attract 12,000 people to downtown Fairfax, and Bolinas Road is the center of the festival. So it is going to create probably a lot of liability for who's ever working in the streets. With the amount of people that we attract in town, and we have that parade on that Saturday that goes right down Bolinas Road. So it's going to be really, really difficult to fit this all in. So let's.
It's probably not even going to be in the downtown in June.
Okay, we're not solving this. This is not. Thank you for your comment. All right, we are moving on to. Thank you so much for being here. Moving on to item 3, the independent financial audit. We're receiving a presentation. Again, we are receiving a presentation. This is not an action item with our auditors, Mays and Associates. This is our annual independent audit for fiscal year 24-25. And with that, who am I handing it over to?
So we have Whitney, who is our auditor on Zoom, and the presentation is up.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So if you can't for some reason, feel free to interrupt at any time. But I am Whitney Crockett. I'm an audit partner with Mays and Associates. We are the external independent auditors for the town of Fairfax. And I oversaw completion of the fiscal year ended June 30, 2025 audit. And this is my third year as the engagement partner overseeing this audit, or sorry, the town's audit. Next slide, please. So as the town's auditor, our role is to conduct an audit on the town's financial statements and then render an audit opinion on the financial statements. So we are an independent CPA firm, so independent from the town of Fairfax and its component units. That is an audit requirement. And our audit was conducted in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the US and government auditing standards issued by the Comptroller General of the US. And our audit scope includes the town of Fairfax basic financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2025. Our audit was conducted in 2 different phases. So we had our first phase of the audit in July 2025. And that's when we tested the town's internal controls over the financial statements. So looking at detailed transaction cycles and testing transactions within those cycles to ensure compliance. And then we had a second phase of the audit in December of 2025. And that's when we tested the year-end balances and activity for the financial statements. And then after the audit, after December, we had a lot of back and forth between us and the town in order to get the financial statements finalized. Next slide, please. So what this all boils down to is the audit opinion. So results of the audit, I'm pleased to report to you tonight that the financial statement audit opinion was unmodified. That is the highest level of assurance that we can provide to the town. And again, that covers fiscal year 2025's financial statements. And what we're saying when we have an unmodified opinion is that the financial statements are materially represented. And that's also in accordance with GAAP. So those are generally accepted accounting principles. And if you look at the attachment for the financial statements that you have in your packet, the audit opinion's on page 1. Just wanted to reference that. Page 5 of the basic financial statements has management's discussion and analysis. And this is prepared by town management. And it gives you a discussion of significant activity during the year and changes or reasons for changes in balances. So that's a good read if you want to get a high-level overview of the financial statements. Next slide, please. And then one more, please. Okay, so just covering some high-level financial statement highlights. So the statement of net position is basically the balance sheet for the town. So that's the town as a whole. So looking at June 30, 2024 in comparison to June 30, 2025, assets were about 18.4 million at June 30, 2024. And then at June 30, 2025, they were 20.6 million, which is an increase of about $2.2 million or 12%. And it looks like that's largely due to an increase in capital assets. So the town acquired land during the year. And then there's also additions to construction in progress, which are capitalizable items. And if you look at note 4 to the basic financial statements, you can see a further discussion about the activity for capital assets. So you can get a better understanding for what drove those changes. Deferred outflows of resources went from 3.1 million at June 30, 2024 to about 2.3 million at June 30, 2025. And that was a decrease of about $862,000 or 27.6%. And that's largely due to pension-related deferred outflows that changed in accordance with the actuarial valuation reports that are completed by CalPERS actuaries. So those reports are obtained by the town by CalPERS. So CalPERS determines those figures. And then the liabilities at June 30, 2024 were about 15.8 million. And then at June 30, 2025, they were 15.3 million for a decrease of about $451,000 or 2.9%. So a minimal change there. And then deferred inflows of resources went from $4.4 million at June 30, 2024 to about $2.8 million at June 30, 2025 for a decrease of about $1.6 million or 37%. And similar to the deferred outflows of resources, the reason for the change in the deferred inflows was largely due to those pension-related figures that are calculated by CalPERS actuaries for the town's pension plans. So looking at net position at June 30, 2024, that was about 1.3 million. And then at June 30, 2025, it was 4.8 million. So that's a significant increase of 3.4 million or 258.1%. And the reason for that change is it's a byproduct of everything that I just discussed above for each of those line items. But I'll also go into it further on the next slide. So if you could go to that. Perfect, thank you. So the statement of activities, this is the town's income statement. So if you look at the changes that happened between fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 for revenues in fiscal year 24 were about 15.7 million. And then in fiscal year 25, they were about 15.9 million, which is about a $234,000 increase. So 1.5%. And it was a slight increase due to an increase in charges for services. So those are, charges that the town assesses to outside parties. So expenses went from $14.7 million during fiscal year 24 to $12.5 million during fiscal year 2025. And that was a decrease of about 2.1 million or 14.6%. And that is largely due to the decrease in pension and the other post-employment benefits expense during the year. And again, those expenses are determined by the CalPERS, for pension, are determined by CalPERS actuaries. So those are obtained from a third party. And then for the other post-employment benefit liabilities and the expense related to those are also obtained from a third party actuary that the town hires to perform this analysis. So net position, again, went from $1.3 million at June 30, 24 to $4.8 million at June 30, 2025. And that was an increase of about 3.4 million or 258.1%. And again, that's due to that decrease in pension and OPEB expense during the year. So OPEB being the other post-employment benefits. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Government Finance Officers Association has some best practices that we kind of like to look at. It's not an audit requirement, but we just sometimes like to compare certain things, metrics. And they have a recommendation that governments, regardless of their size, should aim to have at least 2 months worth of operating revenue or operating expense in their general fund's unrestricted fund balance. So next slide, please. So if you look at the general fund at June 30, or I guess during fiscal year ended June 30, 2025, the average monthly expenditures were about $1.2 million. And that was calculated by taking the total expenditures for the entire fiscal year of 14.8 million for the general fund only. That comes from the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, and then dividing it by 12 to get the average monthly expenditures. So those were $1.2 million. And then the unassigned fund balance at June 30, 2025 in the general fund was about $3.5 million. So if you do the math on that, the months of expenditures that can be covered by that unassigned fund balance in the general fund is about 2.9 months, which exceeds the best practice that GFOA has of 2 months. So I just wanted to share that. And then now I am available for any questions. There's no more PowerPoint slides.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hi, this is Stephanie, the mayor. I went through this with the director of finance and the vice mayor and our treasurer and our town manager. And I'm gonna there's something that's puzzling to me, and I think it's just a typo, honestly. So on page 13 of 82 or page 9 of, I don't know, it says page 9 and it says 13 of 82. So it's the it's the first net position summary. And so, my understanding is you take 2025 minus 2024, right? And yet it's showing and we know the net position is improved 258%, and yet it's showing a negative. So it's confusing, and I think it's wrong, and I just want you to confirm that.
Yes, and that is wrong. I'm looking at the table right now. And yeah, that's prepared by management. So we do review that, but we just provide, limited feedback on that. And I think
Okay, so this isn't part of your audit, this sheet that I'm referring to?
We don't audit the management discussion and analysis. We just review it for like reasonableness. We just audit the basic financial statements that are behind management's discussion and analysis.
Okay.
But I think Michael did make those changes. And I don't know if
so on the next page, it does look accurate. So I just want to make sure we're all in sync here, because I don't want some false narrative out there. And I certainly want this to be corrected for the record in writing, in a supplement, so we have accuracy. But go ahead, Michael.
Yeah.
Whitney has forwarded a change to the document that you have. We received it after the agenda was posted. I'll have that available for you when I can.
Okay, it's not for me, it's for the website. Thank you. Does anybody have any other questions? Okay,
Well, I have a question,
go ahead, Mike.
or maybe it's a comment. So for everyone involved, so the report that we received to look at is wrong?
No. It's not wrong. If you go to page, were you following what I was referring to, Mike? If you go to page 14,
Well, first of all, I was asking them, but secondly, and I'll, due respect, when I read this report, I saw a lot of things that you just mentioned yourself. You saw something that said one thing on one page and said something else on another, and it was just acknowledged that they're going to update this. So my question is actually accurate. And I think actually it's almost a rhetorical question, because we just said it was wrong just a second ago. So, but I just wanted to confirm that the report we have in our hand, there are parts of it anyway, let's call it that. Parts of this report are wrong. Is that correct? That's all I'm asking. I think it's an easy answer. I know the answer to it, but
yes,
tell me
in the
yourself.
management discussion and analysis.
Am I right?
Yep.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
If I may, Mayor.
Rest my case.
The typo.
Go ahead, Heather.
Not that we're in a court proceeding, but so the table that the mayor is referring to is prepared in such a way that it shows a negative number. So if you do the math, you'll see that is good news, but it is showing a negative because of the way the subtraction was set up. Thank you. And so we can correct that. That's fine. But I just don't want people to get the wrong impression, which is absolutely false, that the report is wrong or that there's been some sort of error or misleading. It's the way the math was set up, and we can definitely show it better. Absolutely. But I just don't want people to think that there's something nefarious going on.
And if the auditor, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, forgive me, Whitney,
yes.
could you confirm that the executive summary items on the first page are all accurate, including the 258% growth in net position? Like these, essentially, our expenses decreased by almost 15%, our revenues increased 1.5%. All of those summary items are accurate.
I would want to sit down and make sure that this version is the same that, our final document that we gave to Michael. I'd have to look, cross-check that.
Well, you just showed me a slide that said 258% growth in net position.
Yeah,
Are you
no,
comfortable
I
confirming
can say
that?
that the 258.1% increase is correct. Like I can do the math on that, and that's definitely correct.
So
I mean, it was on your slide.
on the
Yeah.
question,
Okay.
Mayor, going down the path you're going down, which is, by the way, I mean, once again, I saw a lot of these same positions on one page versus the other. So is this our positions improved on paper, or is it improved in dollars? Like available cash, for instance? Is it just an asset type situation that's improved, or is it a cash position that's improved?
Michael, did you want to take that question, or did you want me to?
The change in net position is due to a lot of things. It represents an increase in our capital assets, which is not cash. It reflects a decrease in the liabilities which we've got, which is not cash. Cash actually went down a little bit, but in total, the position of the town with all of the other elements added in went up by 258%.
And some of that was with the pensions. Maybe the stock market went up or something like that.
Stock market has nothing to do with it.
Nothing.
We
Okay.
don't invest in the stock market.
Okay, but the pension system improved.
The pension system, the actuarials that were presented to us by the CalPERS actuarials showed that the liability that we've got has gone down, in part because of the stock market. Yes, because CalPERS does invest in stocks. When the stock market does well, CalPERS makes money. They put less of a burden onto the employers to make up the difference. OPEB, similar situation. When last month when I presented the OPEB report, our actuarial showed that we had less liability, in part because they looked at health rates, they looked at a variety of different things and determined that our actuarial liability had decreased. And that's reflected in this report.
That's good news. And also, does the wall property, the purchase of the wall property, does that have anything to do at all with any improved, that 258%? Is that part of it? I'm just curious.
Yes, that would be an increase in capital assets that we've got, because the purchase of land is part of the assets that we've got held in the name of the city or the name of the town.
So part of the reason why it's improved is that the wall property was purchased with donations money given to us by other agencies?
It's improved because we are on title as the owner of the wall property,
Right.
regardless of how it was
Well, but we didn't have
financed.
We have
own-
expenses to purchase the wall property.
That would be included in our expenses, yes.
Yeah, we
But
spent
most
about
of it's an
100,000.
asset. Most of it's is all an improvement, right? Because a lot of the money was donated. Would that be true? So if someone donated $1 million for the wall property, that would raise the value. You know, like if I buy property or anyone else buys property, you have to pay money for it. And the difference between what you pay for it and what it's worth is it could be no difference because you just bought it. But if you just bought a property with other people's money, that really would increase and kind of, in a good way, it's a nice asset to get. If you get an asset for free, that's a pretty good asset to get. But that's a big part of what's happened here along with the pensions. Is that right?
It did contribute towards the benefit of our
Do we know what
financial
percentage that it benefited by?
I would have to calculate that. That's not
Okay.
pulled out at this.
Anyway, it's a nice report and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have a question?
I just had a couple of comments. So I saw the same kind of things that the mayor saw, and I think Councilmember Giangelli saw. So it looks like we need to correct. I mean, ultimately, it's great news. It's a clean opinion. We have all this extra 3.5 million, where before we had a lower amount for unassigned fund balance. That's great news. But if we can get these pages corrected, I think that tells a better story. And I just want to mention, as long as we're doing that, I know we provide to the auditor the information on the various agencies that we're part of. And there were corrections that I submitted on MIRA, as well as we're no longer part of the Major Crimes Task Force. That disbanded several years ago, and we're part of specialized investigation units. So I'm hoping, as long as we're making some of these corrections on these pages, we can make that just so it's a clear picture of what we're involved in. And I want to just thank you, Whitney, as well as finance staff, for putting this work together.
Okay. Councilmember Egger?
Sure, thank you. So I worked off of the audit that we were given at the Finance Committee meeting, and it is a little different in pages numbers than the one that's in the packet. So I'm working off the one from the Finance Committee. It's page 10. And I'm looking at under expenses for the fiscal year that ended 2024, our general government expenses were $3,410,000 and $10,808. And then for 2025, it was $1,393,447. That's a $2 million reduction. So I was trying to figure out what went down. I know it says, well, decreased pension, and OPED, the business, I guess that's the expenses for retiree benefits. Is that what OPED is? OPEB?
Other post-employment benefits, that's retiree health payments.
And then, oh yeah, okay, yeah, well, okay, go ahead.
I thought we covered it in the finance meeting, and it had to do with the most recent year. We didn't have the consultant for working on the housing element, but I could be wrong.
That contributed to a difference between the
Right.
2 years as
That's
far
what I'm
as the
saying.
planning department did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Did you follow that? Frank?
Well, okay. I mean, $2 million is a huge reduction. That's 50, that's a 59, was it say 50?
Yeah.
59% reduction in general services.
Yeah, the OPEB and CalPERS actuarials are a large part of what we have in the report.
Have gone down.
And that's required by the way that they dictate that these reports need to be calculated. So you'll find big differences and variances in the actuarial valuation of our liability as you go through time, as they change the assumptions that go into creating the actuarial. The discount rate makes a big difference that they've got. It used to be that CalPERS applied a 7% discount rate. They've lowered that. That changes the liability when you have a discount rate that changes. It changes when there's an actuarial assumption about how long people live, about what health rates are going to be. There's a whole list of things that if those things change, the assumption about what the actuarial value of our liability is it changes too.
Okay, so I just happened to watch the Sausalito City Council meeting tonight. They had their audit. And then there's an article ran in the Marin IJ, Sausalito audit reveals 1.37 million in authorized spending. So I was trying to go through this audit, figuring out the spending by departments, but there's no way to really compare last 2020, 24, 25's, for instance, public safety with 25, 20 with what 23, 24 versus 24, 25. And then something we do, we combine public safety, we combine police and fire into one category. That was what, $7 million there. So police are our employees and fire is a contract basis. Shouldn't it be separated so we know what the police expenses were compared to the previous year and what the fire expenses were compared to the previous year? They're lumped together and it's hard to tell.
As far as the audit goes, this is a prescribed format for an audit. If you were to go to another city and look at their report, they would break out public safety, planning, major elements as categories. So this is consistent with the way that other cities and GASB or GAFR dictates that you're going to show these reports. Correct me if I'm wrong, Whitney.
No, you're right. Yeah, it must be by function. And that's what it is on here.
So just a question on page 65 of mine, and it's the Federal Stimulus Special Revenue Fund. And I was looking at those figures and budgeted amounts, there was $90,000 and that 90,000 was I'm not sure what that is. Is that interest? The 90,000?
The 90,000 has to do with a transaction where we had a storm drain project that was being done, and the expenses ended up being less than what we had figured that they were going to be. There was a budget transfer from the stimulus fund over to capital projects to cover that. We ended up bringing that money back into the stimulus fund because we don't want the stimulus money just sitting in the capital projects fund.
So is that 90,000? Okay, it's not earned interest or anything. That's something else.
You're correct. It's not interest.
But that project isn't done yet.
Project is not done yet.
But that project is earning, that stimulus money is earning interest.
The stimulus money is not earning interest.
It doesn't earn any interest?
It doesn't earn any interest, mainly because our expenses, we could have made a determination to transfer money over from interest over to the stimulus fund. The reality of it is that the cost of the project that we're going to do is in excess of the funds that we collected. And so the general fund is going to be contributing money over for this Park Road storm drain project. And that's, it doesn't really matter whether we've put the interest into the general fund if we're going to be using it for that project, or whether it goes straight into the stimulus fund. It wasn't required that we put interest to that account.
Okay, so that 1.7 million that came from the federal government, that's in an account someplace, and it earns interest.
It's in
No?
our LAIF account and it's earning LAIF interest, yes.
Okay. Do we show that as income or how does that show?
The income from interest is shown as income in the general fund.
Okay. That's good for now.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
Councilmember Blash? Okay, just some quick ones. Page 31, reimbursement from Victory Village for roads. Can you explain a little bit more clearly? I think people have asked questions about this again and again. How much has been paid and how much has been used? I mean, how much more are we expecting? It sounds like we're very close to getting the amount that was expected.
I'm sorry, Liesl, I don't understand your question.
It's page 31. She's asking about the Victory Village. We entered into that agreement in 2019 where they paid overtime.
We get there was a note for 210,000. We received 21,000 per year. That note has no interest on it.
Right, but I mean, how much has been paid so far to us and what are we still expecting to get from that?
We're expecting to get $21,000 a year until it's used up. At this point, we have, as of 25, Whitney, I think we had received only one payment at that point.
Okay, because it's just a little confusing how it is in here. So we expect more payments on this. And then when we get those payments, where do they go?
Those payments go back into I think I'm putting them into the building fund as to offset permit fees that were deferred.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then there was a question, I think, from somebody about credit card charges and whether those were being properly reflected. And I don't know if this is something this audit report would address or not, but yeah.
Help me clarify, what kind of credit card charges are you referring to?
We reflected credit card use in our financial, our quarterly or our monthly financials. And we had a member of the public who felt that somehow those weren't being reflected properly.
Well, thank you for that question, because all credit card transactions that happened at the counter when Susan takes in payments are receipted and deposited to the bank. Those are part of our cash balance.
I meant use of credit cards by staff, actually.
Staff payments
staff use of credit
cards. Yes, staff use of credit cards goes in as expenses by journal entry and is reflected in these numbers.
Okay. And then since this is a presentation, I'm not sure if we're doing comments now, if we're going to do questions.
We received the presentation. I'd love to open public comment.
Can I just make one more?
Yeah, but we have
question?
a long agenda ahead of us. It's 8:20. I'm just
checking
in on time. Go ahead.
This is on page 20. So I'm looking at page 20. It talks about fund balance for the year ending June 30th, 2025. And revenues, it shows 458,000. Expenditures, 14,803,000. And then it says revenue under expenditures, 345,000. So does that mean we spent 2,345,000 more than we took in? What does that mean? It's actually it's page 20. It's page 20. Page 20 of the one that I have.
Whitney, I think this would be good for an explanation of the difference between our statements of net position and the statements of revenues, expenses, et cetera, with the reconciliation page. I think that would answer his question.
Well, I think, okay, so I'm looking at page 20 of the BFS, and I think it's just in the statements of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance for the year ended June 30, 2025 for the general fund. And if you look, you're right. So total revenues were less than total expenditures. And that's why revenues over revenues were under expenditures by $2,345,278. So that's correct. You spent more than what you earned as
Right.
revenue.
The word spent does not reflect the fact that we have expenses that relate to depreciation, which don't come out of a bank account. So we have a large amount of depreciation for all the buildings, all the different projects that we've completed that are now on an asset schedule and being depreciated. It also is adjusted by the fact that we take an expense like purchasing a vehicle and say that expense isn't going to happen all in 1 year for generally accepted accounting principles. We actually depreciate that over a 5-year period. So you see that expense being spread over a larger period of time. So you see different statements in here that will reflect our expenses that are adjusted to the way that generally accepted accounting principles will have, but aren't reflected in the fund balance statements. As an example, with the general fund, we don't take depreciation and drop that as an expense. If you look in your monthly financial statements, you won't see a depreciation expense happening, but it is reflected in the statements that's being reconciled to that, so that it is properly reflected according to the way that the accounting principles say that we need to do that.
Okay, so on the second the second audit, it's page 24 of 82. So mine is on 20, and this one says it's page 24 of 82. But it just seems that the revenues and the expenditures, if you read it in black and white, you go, wow, we overspent by 2 million, but you're saying we didn't overspend by 2 million.
Again, the term spent implies that we paid money out. We have a lot of expenditure in that number that is reflected as depreciation and other expenses. Well, as an example, the actuarial expense that comes from OPEB and CalPERS, those are not expenses that we've got, but they are expended to this year.
These are pretty confusing figures if you're reading just black and white.
Government accounting is a confusing thing.
I mean, reading this, it says we spent 2 million more than we took in.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Blash asked a question about credit card payments from town credit cards, staff activity paying for items of their work. And I wanted Michael to point out, I think what was missed in the answer for that question was the part of the auditor's work is to check and verify that we have appropriate internal controls for our financial instruments. So part of the work of the independent auditor is to check and make sure that we're appropriately controlling those credit cards. And I see her shaking her head.
Whitney, just so we can record you, you might want to do more than shake your head. Maybe say yes.
Yes. Credit card transactions are subject to our testing. And we make sure that, number one, that there's a process in place to for review and approval of all of those charges, and that there's segregation of duties for paying the credit card payments too, and recording those payments in the general ledger, which are part of the financial statements in front of you.
I want to say thank you because that's what I was trying to say. So I appreciate that.
Just one more quick question. Could I ask the auditor? So at one time we used purchase orders to purchase, items, whatever we went, Fairfax lumber or wherever we went, it was a purchase order. But we don't use purchase orders anymore. And I did notice in Sausalito, they're talking about purchase orders again. Well, is there a reason that we don't use purchase orders and we use a credit card instead?
Because we're in the year 2026. electronic payments is efficient, it's safer.
Well,
We're not,
that's great. That's
not
fine.
going back to cash and checks.
That's okay.
And it's not really appropriate for this
Paying
conversation.
with a credit card, but the fact is, I'm just concerned about control over purchases, that the things that we purchase with no purchase order. You know, that's new to me, that process. But do other cities use purchase orders when they're buying goods and services?
Yeah, it varies. I mean, some do, some don't. It just there's there's different ways to track purchases, and purchase orders is one mechanism of doing that. There's other things, other tools available like general ledger systems that track spending up to a contract amount and stuff like that. But purchase orders aren't necessarily a requirement. It's really up to the town to decide how to track purchases, as long as there's a process in place to make sure that they're being tracked, then,
And was that part of your scope to
Yes.
look at those processes? And did you find
Correct.
that our processes are, how would you, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we didn't have any internal control findings, and we tested transaction cycles, including purchasing. We didn't have any exceptions.
So our processes are sound.
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to open public comment.
Thank you. The first thing that if Whitney might, excuse me, like to acknowledge, and even on the presentation, it says basic audit. And I do remember when we went through this last year that she is very clear she does not do a forensic audit. And she was also very clear that the only thing she audits is that the numbers that we provide match up to our audited report that we present. To give Michael a bone, because I think there's some confusion, our budgets are made in advance. They include things such as returns from CalPERS and stuff. If you read the rebuttal in the county voter pamphlet from 2022, I put an article in there about Measure R, Measure M from San Rafael, that they had banked a 7.25% on their CalPERS or their investment when they came in at only 1.7. So with the combined 1.69 the year before, there's a $24 million operational deficit, and that's why they need to pass that tax. So here, there's different ways to present things, and I do appreciate the argument of the depreciation. But I've asked this town for a GL so I could answer all these questions. The town was fearful and has not provided it. Specifically to the credit card expenses that Liesl brought up, I believe in 2024, there's approximately $994,000 extended on credit cards by the town, like their employees. Of those expenses, I also asked the town for those journal entries. And the journal entries will explain how, when there's a debit on one side and where you need to credit to the other side. And what that really means is, how are we going to say this is an expense for, let's say, building material, but we want to make sure that it went to the specific benefit of the town and not just a expense by employees. Again, if these journal entries are provided, all these questions can be very transparent, and there's no question. I'm not trying to throw any aspersions, but as the information is presented, it's not as accurate as it could be.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. As Michael said, I was also at that meeting. This is not a forensic accounting in any way, shape, or form, and that the numbers that you're crunching are the numbers provided to you by the town. Some questions, though, did come up where the storm drain project needs more money. If I heard correctly, I thought that went to the lowest bidder. If they need more money, then obviously they're no longer the lowest bidder, let alone the least experienced to deal with it. As far as the interest-free loan, why did the town of Fairfax loan $210,000 interest-free with no payments for, what was it, 5 years, 10 years, to a multi-million-dollar conglomerate? who owns the place and pays no taxes for 55 years. And as far as controls go, this goes back to forensic accounting. Well, maybe there's a charge for a $60 dinner or a $70 dinner. And yet we hear back and forth from the town that we're in dire financial straits, and at other times that we're really making a whole lot of money and everything's peachy. So no one's really delving into what's going on. And as I recall also, this will be the last year for Mays as our auditor, because they should have been changed, I think, 6 years, if not 8 years ago. According to best financial practices, you change your auditor every 3 years, 5 years at the max. And I believe this is the 11th year, whether they have different teams or not. So obviously, someone's not looking out for the benefit of the citizenry.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. As fiduciaries, as council members, and as the finance director is also charged with this, I am urging you to not accept this report. It has material misstatements in it, and the auditor has said, represented, and I asked the auditor to take back this report, because tonight it's become clear that it is very confusing and that there are errors. It's been admitted that elsewhere in the report it says a reasonable person would be able to clearly understand. Well, I would think council members and the town manager and other people, if they don't understand some of these things, they're probably pretty reasonable people and they don't understand. So this report seems to be in error. Give you some examples. Expenses decreased by 14.6%. Well, elsewhere, the positives and negatives are mixed up. And if you turn to page 11, if I can get there, there's 2 sets of numbers on these pages, and I can detail all the errors here, but it says general fund expenditures totaled $14 million. And it was largely because of due to increased litigation and special legal costs during the year of, am I reading this correctly? $592,000. Yet elsewhere at page 54 or page 58, depending on how you count it, it says commitments and contingencies. The town is subject to litigation arising in the normal course of business. In the opinion of the town attorney, there's no pending litigation, which is likely to have a material adverse effect on the financial position of the town. Is $592,000 a material adverse effect? Thank you.
Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Thank you,
Okay.
Thank you, Whitney, for being here. And I did want to confirm that our next audit we're doing an RFP. We committed to that last year, but this one was already in motion. So I can confirm that RFP will be taking place, right, Michael? Okay. Thank you. And Whitney, thank you for being here, and I appreciate the clean audit, all the errors that were mentioned. I believe we clarified ad nauseum. But I'm very happy that we are in such a sound position. As far as a forensic audit, there's no reason to pursue a very expensive forensic audit. Would you agree, Whitney, that there's nothing here to prompt a forensic audit?
Yes, I agree. There's nothing that we saw or that would indicate that would be, worth doing. And we would suggest it if we did find something.
Thank you so much.
Mayor.
All right.
Mayor.
No, we're moving. We're closing out.
I need to say something.
No.
You said it was a great audit, and I have a different opinion. I respect your opinion.
It's not my opinion. I'm reading
respect my
here,
opinion.
Mike, I'm reading off the staff report. It's a clean audit from a third-party independent auditor. It's not my opinion.
Okay, well.
Okay, we're going to adjourn.
Well,
Okay, we are back, and we are now at our fourth presentation of the mid-year budget review. Michael, I believe this is you again.
So thank you, Mayor and Council members. Tonight I'm presenting a annual mid-year budget report for the current fiscal year, which runs from July 1st of 2025 to June 30 of this year. The budget covers 23 different funds, which include about 8 different general funds, including reserves for planning and building and activity for planning and building, a retirement fund, and reserves for equipment, building, and our newest fund, which is the road development fund. We have 7 special revenue funds, which includes gas tax, Measure A, parks, Measure J, 4 debt service funds, which includes the street bonds that we've got, refinancing our PERS liability, and 3 capital improvement funds. But my report tonight is really only covering the general funds and capital improvement funds. The first slide that we've got here shows the way the budget is. You can see the different general fund, the different funds that make up the general fund. We noted here that we started with 4.6 million of balance, budgeted revenues of 13 million, appropriations of 15 million, and then transfers of 1.62. In some presentations, I show that the transfers, some of them are revenue transfers, some of them are appropriation transfers, and we end the year with approximate fund balance of 3.9 million. As a percentage, we're starting with a 33% reserve, which is what 4.6 represents as a percentage of expenditures, and ending with 3.9, which was at budget time 26.4% of budget. So in that budget, next slide, we have anticipated revenues of $14.9 million, or let's call it 15 million because it's 14.974. I'll round that up to 15. Of that, the property taxes make up about 8.4 million. That's about 56% of the total revenues. Our sales tax measure C brings in about 1.085 million, and that's about 7.2% of our total revenues. We've got other sales taxes, which bring in about $1,025,000, and that's 6.8% of our budget. So you can see by adding those two together that sales taxes represent about 14% of our total revenues. Measure F has monies that's transferred into the general fund to cover certain things that Measure F is meant to cover, including 24/7 police coverage and fire dispatch services, and certain general fund expenditures for recreation, things which benefit youth and adults.
And capital match for capital improvement.
Well, within the general fund, that's not.
But that was part
there.
of Measure F.
That's in Measure F, but the elements of Measure F that benefit the general fund are the ones that I mentioned. We've also got UUT, which is utility user tax, hotel tax. That's about 4.8% of our budget, and then a variety of other revenues which make up the difference. In our original budget, we planned to bring in the difference between revenues and expenses of 784,000 which is about 5.2% of what the total budget is, which makes up the difference and balances this with the expenses that we've got. That's what we budgeted for anticipated revenues, and then for appropriations, which is the budgetary term for expenditures. We have expenses of $15 million, which the majority of that is for police services. That's about almost 35%. Fire services, 24.4%, and in total, that's about 58% of our total budget. And then monies for planning and building, which is about 8.4% of the budget. General administration costs, which include the town manager, attorney, finance department, personnel, town clerk. It's about 10% of our total expenditures. We have town council expenses, about 2.6%. Thank you for helping keep the budget down. And we've got non-departmental of about 7.6%, parks at 2.8%, and public works at about 7%. So that's what the distribution of our appropriations or budget for this year was. So how are we doing at mid-year here? So I had the advantage of being able to do this report after I knew the numbers for January 31st. So what my task was is to go through and figure out what are we likely to have as revenues or expenses by year end. So some of these things are easy to predict. Some follow a pretty tight schedule. We know when somebody says that we're going to get $100,000 for something that we're likely to get that. Our taxes is somewhat in that category. We have a very high confidence level that when they say that we're going to have a 3.8% increase in property taxes, that we're likely to get that. Other revenues that we've got are less likely to be predictable. Fines for tickets, the rental of certain buildings, those sorts of things are a little bit more difficult to predict. And then other things that create a difference in being able to predict it is new programs that we bring on board. As an example, we've got a short-term rental program which is bringing in TOT, but we really don't have an historical basis on which to project that. So sometimes we'll find that our projections originally need to be modified because of the actual experience on what we're receiving. So for my summary here, I want to say that our revenues are projected to exceed the budget by about $164,000. That's about 1.2%. Our general fund expenses are projected to be under budget by about $408,000, which is about 2.1%. The net savings that I'm projecting might be about $480,000. So remember in the beginning I said that we were looking at transferring $780,000 from the reserves over to make up the difference on the general fund budget. Well, if we added $483,000 in here, we would reduce that transfer from reserves down into the $400,000 range. The adopted 26 budget originally projected that our drawdown from reserves was going to be 33%, and that was going to go down to about 26%. And we're expecting that the mid-year projected savings could bring our reserves back up to about 29.6%. The next slide isn't intended for you to be able to read all the fine numbers. You've got those in the report that was originally distributed. I really wanted to put this up here to sort of exemplify the process that I go through in order to be able to do a mid-year budget. So I start off with my numbers at January 31st. I go through and I project what the revenues and expenses are likely to be for the remaining months of the fiscal year and after, because we have to have accruals that are added in to match what's in the budget. I do this on a variety of ways, looking at previous months and seeing whether things are pretty consistent. As an example, within our general fund, we have a pretty consistent monthly burn rate of about $1.2 million. And I know what the salaries is going to be from time to time. That makes up about 80% of our budget. I know when certain expected bond payments and other things are likely to be made. And so some things are going to be easy to project. Other things, I go back and look at the last 5 months of the previous fiscal year and say, when were the spikes? When were how did the revenues and expenses come in at that time? And use that to kind of come up with an expected flow of expenses and revenues. So in this exhibit, I'm showing where the increase of 1.2% in revenues is and the projected decrease in expenses of 2.1% is. So going into a little bit of detail on this, I don't want to take this too long. We've got a long meeting tonight. For our mid-year budget revenues, I kind of called out the tax revenues that we've got. And as a category, tax revenues I'm expecting is going to go down by about $2,000. But that doesn't really show what's happening within the tax category. Property taxes I'm expecting will go up by about $9,000 over what we had originally budgeted. I noted that the real estate transfer tax that we're getting has been much lower than what we've gotten in the past. I think this reflects a housing market where sales aren't happening as frequently as they had in previous years. This is a difficult one to project because, frankly, all it takes is a sale of a $3 million house to make a big blip in this number. So,
Michael, please silence your phone. Michael, is this the one that the county gives us?
yeah,
Or,
well, they don't give it to us. When they have a sale, they
no, I
get,
mean to project the actual.
no, they don't project the real estate transfer. They do project property tax numbers for us.
Okay.
But real estate transfer, you're sort of on your own.
Okay. Once again, please silence your phone or leave the room. It's not silent because I can hear it. Please leave the room. Thank you.
The third category that is in taxes is sales taxes. I rely on the reports that we get from Avenue, which is our sales tax consultant. They have their thumbs on on numerous cities and see trends and are able to do projections about what our revenues from sales taxes is likely to be. In total, they're projecting that this year we're going to be 44,000 below what they had projected when we did the budget last May, June. Most of this is in the base Bradley Burns 1% sales tax, with a small amount that they suggested was going to be a decrease in the district sales tax. We have ERAF excess, which is going to be to the positive of 64,000 over what we had originally projected. Property tax in lieu of VLF, I'm projecting is going to go up by about 31,800 over what we had last year. These are somewhat easier for me to project once I know what we actually receive in December. That's a set percentage. I know what we're going to get in our April and subsequent payments. UUT, I'm projecting that we're going to be under what we budgeted by about 113,000. I was sort of surprised by this, but in discussions that I've had, I think that there's the utilities are slow in implementing this, and so there is a lag in them getting the word. We may see makeup of those monies coming down the way, but this was the same kind of trend that happened when we instituted our 3/4 cent sales tax. I noted that we didn't instantly go from here to there as far as that additional sales tax went, that as people prepared returns and did and submitted monies that it lagged somewhat of what we had originally projected. There are things that may change that and take it the other direction. Utility rates, obviously, electric bills being higher, we should be getting a higher UUT from that. But at the same time, I noted that this last year that there was a lot of activity putting solar panels on the roofs. And so that may decrease the amount of electricity that people use. So it's not set in stone what we're going to get. And my projection is that we might be short in our UUT revenue. Other taxes is going to contribute about 63,000. The net of those is about $2,000 for our total taxes. And taxes represents about 62.7% of our total revenues. So that's about 2/3 of what we've got right there, just in those line items. Other things that I want to call out is one is licenses. Well, I'll call out franchise fees here, if only to say that we don't have enough information to be able to accurately project what this is going to be. The vast majority of this is from PG&E for gas and electric. We received that in April, and I don't have a magic ball to figure what that revenue is going to be. I'm noting here that our cable revenues is somewhat lagging. But in any case, I projected a shortfall of about 24,000 from that. It may come up, who knows? Licenses, I'm projecting that our business licenses is going to be about 15,000 higher than what we budgeted. Back in 85, we got about 85, or I say 85. And back in 25, we got 85,000 of business tax license revenue. And I expected that we'd probably be able to bring that up to 125 with our implementation of looking at software and audit as a means of increasing the amount of business license revenue that we've got. But I'm finding in the last few months that the program has been really successful. We've gotten much more in the way of response through this, and our projection currently is that we will probably have about 15,000 more, that we might get really 140,000 rather than 125,000. Fines, Frank, we're going to get I'm projecting about 43,000 more than we'd originally gotten.
Yeah, we originally, the year before, we budgeted 20,000 for fines, and last year we lowered it to 5,000. And I remember questioning that reduction in fines to 5,000, but it's turned around.
Right. We look at those historical trends of how we're actually getting it to kind of draw a line and say we might be able to get this amount. But we've gotten some.
Well, we filled vacancies. We filled some vacancies in the police department too. I think that helped.
Well, that could contribute towards it. But,
all right, let's pick up the pace.
Got it. Interest, I'm expecting that we'll have about 30,000 more, because LAIF now has $1.6 million more from a county loan in it that we didn't have before. So there is interest expense that's associated with that, but not this fiscal year, but we'll get about 30,000 more. So that's sort of a detail of where we're going to get 164,000 additional revenues. Our expenditures we're expecting are going to be down by about 317,000. That's 1.2%. Most of the departments are going to be under budget as of June 30th. Next slide. I tagged 4 departments that are likely to exceed. Mind you, only one of the departments has exceeded it at this point. So, but the projection that we've got is that attorney expense for Department 121 will be about 27,000 or thereabouts over, which is about 9% over. The personnel department, we had some additional recruitments that we hadn't originally expected we were going to have. That is likely to show that we're 5,000 over what we had originally expected. Non-departmental is where the litigation line item is. And we're expecting that the litigation expense is going to wind down in the last 5 months that we've got here. So I've done projections based on conferences with case-by-case analysis, and we are projecting that through the end of the year, that those are going to decrease. In any case, by the end of the year, we're going to have a total excess expenditure in the non-departmental of about $299,000. I'm recommending here, based on our discussion from last month, that the $100,000 that we were going to transfer over to CERBT to fund our OPEB program, that we don't really need to do that because it's 100% funded at this point. So we'll have a savings if we delete that as a budget expenditure for this next year. Next slide. So for our CIP program, we have spent so far this year about $340,000 on CIP projects through February, end of February. Our current projection is that we'll have $2.265 million by the end of June. I've detailed the reports up here. I called out two of them. One is our Park Road storm drain improvements funded by ARPA are slated to begin in April, on April 20th, and we'll finish sometime in August. So we're going to have some of the expenses this fiscal year, some of the expenses next fiscal year. That $900,000 there is going to be spent by June 30. And then we've also got the Station 21 improvements. This is near and dear to my heart because I lost my house. But I gained another one when the finance department moved across the street to make room for the fire department in the community center. And so we've spent about $100,000, or expect to spend about $100,000 this year, mostly on these pre-construction type expenses. And most of that $1.5 million will actually be spent next fiscal year. So in conclusion, our revenues are going to be a little higher than what we were budgeting. Expenses are likely to be under budget by about 2.1%. We're recommending that the budget adjustments that are necessary be covered by savings in the revenues and transfers from departments that are not spending as much as they were originally budgeted for, and that we give the town manager the discretion to be able to identify those and report to you on what those amounts are. That's my report.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions? I'm going to start with Councilmember Blash.
So I just want to say, first off, congratulations and thank you, all the finance department, Heather, everyone who's been part of, keeping our budget in a strong position and getting us the clean audit that we have received earlier. I wanted to just mention something somebody said earlier. We have a strong budget, but just because you can't afford a Ferrari, say for instance, with your household budget, doesn't mean that your household expenses are in disarray or that you're going bankrupt. So there's some things that we can afford and some things that we can't. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a strong and healthy budget. A couple of things that I wanted to ask questions about were project delays delineated on page 4. I'm curious about those and how much those contributed to the positive budget picture. Another question would be, can you talk a little bit more about the additional hiring costs? My impression is that recruitments are really expensive, and so we don't want to lose people if we can help it. And then finally, if you could talk more about the decrease in litigation and legal expenses that you're foreseeing. I feel like people are very confused about that, and I sort of feel like it's like, you can't complain to somebody about the amount of money they're spending at the hospital if they got hit by a car, right? It's like they didn't have any control over being hit by a car. They have to pay for hospital expenses. We have to pay for legal expenses because of legal suits that we didn't necessarily choose or because of conditions that we need to engage legal services for. So I guess the main things that I just want to know is, can you talk about the project delays delineated on page 4 and how they contribute to this budget picture? Can you talk, oh, and the other one I really wanted to know about actually is disaster prep and how that was overspent, just because I know for part of the disaster prep, we didn't do a fire drill that was internal to Fairfax this last year. We did one with Ember Stomps. I was just wondering why that was overspent.
So I will let Heather answer the personnel question. I'll let Kristen address the projects, and I'll take the easy one. So go ahead.
Okay, turn off the
sorry.
mic, please. So personnel question is clear. So we had positions open that were unexpected, and so we weren't planning for normal recruitment costs that happen with that. So normal recruitment costs that happen are things like putting ads in the online services that target towards planning professionals, that target towards municipal management association, for example. Those are expenses that we have to pay in order to get a qualified person. And they range, some of them are $500 and some of them are $1,500. And we want to make sure that when we're doing a recruitment, that we're really getting it out to people who are qualified and could fill that position and would fill that position, so that we can find someone good and bring them in, hopefully relatively quickly, because the more times that you kind of stop and start that process, the more likely you lose good candidates, and you're kind of getting to the point of less and less returns, I guess I would say.
Okay, Kristen?
What was the question?
On the project delays.
I guess part of the main question I had about this, so sorry, you're looking at me, is just, there's a whole description of project delays. And I was just more curious if those project delays, since the money's not being spent, if that is part of the reason why we're in a good budgetary position, or does that not really work that way?
If I can just jump in there, because I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight. An example of a project delay is we have a slurry seal project that is on the books, and Kristen has been working towards moving that forward. But it's looking now like that project probably isn't going to get billed until at least July. And so when we're talking about this current fiscal year for the mid-year budget ends in July, or excuse me, at the end of June, thank you. And so if we're anticipating that, we're still trying to move that project forward, but it's probably going to be like late in the summer, then that becomes a zero.
The other part of your question.
That wasn't to cast aspersions on Kristen. I was just saying, how does it impact the budget? So thank you.
The general fund is not impacted by that, except to the extent that it may delay the necessity of the general fund having to contribute whatever matching funds in those projects would have been there.
Okay, Councilor Vice Mayor Egger, do you have any questions?
Well, in looking at it, so for instance, the pavilion kitchen was budgeted at 200,000 and it's expected to be 20,000. Is that because we're just starting it and we won't finish it till next fiscal year?
So we've started that project, and frankly, it's been slow going. And the pavilion, as you probably know, has a lot of needs. And so we've gone back several times to the state agency that made that grant to say, okay, can we use that on the the roof leaks that are in the pavilion, is that an allowable expense? Because that is a huge need right now. And so as we do that, we've spent some money on the designer for the electric kitchen, and then we've actually asked her to stop so we can evaluate whether that's the best use of that money and whether we can have an allowance from the state to change that. So we want to be nimble in getting you the best projects for the money that we do have.
Okay, another one is the wall property rehab. 500,000 was budgeted, expected to be 20,000. It's because we're not going to get to it this year. We're going to do it next fiscal year. Is that?
Right, so we're not going to be able to finish that before July is what that means.
And then how about the pavement management, street and sidewalk? 225,000, expected to be zero. Was there a project that we didn't do or aren't going to do?
Wasn't that the slurry wall that you just talked about?
Yes,
Slurry.
that's the slurry seal project that I was mentioning.
Oh, okay. So that won't be done this fiscal year.
It won't be done by July. Still working on it. You can see the number of projects far exceeds the number of engineers we have.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Anything, Mike? Okay, great. Let's open public comment.
Thank you. I do appreciate the report. And from listening to the audit and the report, it appears that we're doing pretty well. And we certainly have some surplus funds. But then I see on our agenda in front of us that the town's being asked by staff to declare a fiscal emergency to pass these future taxes. So I'm curious why there's such a disparity. And I'm hoping we can get clarification because I, for one, if I'm being told that everything's so good and we have all this money, and then I see that there's a suggestion that we have to have a fiscal.
We're going to be covering that when on
I
the
know,
appropriate
this is
agenda
all
item.
here. And also specific to the UUT, I would encourage everybody, since we're a common law town, to send in your check to Fairfax for $360 and not pay this 5% on your utilities because the state has capped your UUT in a common law city at $360 on an annual basis. So just prudency for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. Says total projected revenues will exceed budget in part due to inflation, increasing sales tax revenues due to higher prices and tariffs. We all know prices have gone up. There's tariffs. Okay, so that's on page 1 of this report. The next paragraph says sales tax per projections by avenue. Sales revenue or revenue is projected to be below budget. It says that elsewhere in the report too. Which is it? Seems like this report says two different things. I have more comments there, but I'm going to go back to my comments about the audit and remind the town council that there is personal criminal liability. A council member who knowingly participates in misappropriation of funds, approves spending they know is unlawful, or directs staff to falsify or hide information can face criminal charges such as misappropriation of public funds or aiding and abetting such conduct. Knowingly certifying or voting to adopt an audit or budget they know to be materially false for the purpose of deceiving the public, regulators, or creditors can support theories like conspiracy or falsification of public records. I still have a few seconds here. I was given a ticket today, parking ticket. It says parking ticket revenue is going to go down, but somehow Vice Mayor Hellman, who's now mayor, doesn't get tickets when she parks in the red. Maybe we could up our ticket revenue if Mayor Hellman was subject to the same laws that the rest of us are. and the same enforcement, that might help things.
Hi, Guy, resident Fairfax over off of West Side. Um, the projects that were delayed, I'm curious, when were they initiated, and was Public Works Director Arnold, I don't believe, was on them already. They were her predecessor, I believe. I'd need some clarification on what projects were delayed and why, because she's doing a heck of a job, as far as I can tell, from the general public and people that she interfaces with. So just a little more clarification on where the ball was dropped by town staff would probably help benefit us residents, just to know where monies that we're spending or supposedly going to be charged more for, where the ball was dropped. And just that simple question can be answered. Thank you.
Any other members of the public? I see.
Mark Bell, I just wanted to point out under department expenditures, non-department expenditures, the projected cost of litigation projected to be 431,000, which is a $331,200 over the budgeted line of 100,000. Non-departmental expenses projected to be over budget by 299,000. Sure seems like a lot of legal fees, especially like when supposedly we have an ongoing case with a case that was decided 5 and 6 months previous. I think somebody should be looking into these legal costs.
Any hands raised on Zoom?
I kind of agree with that. When Lisa was dancing around the legal issues, and I think that they're important to research. There's been an awful lot of litigation here in this town, and it's needs investigating. Thank you.
Any hands raised on Zoom? Okay, we'll close public comment. And we are moving on. Now we have open time for public expression. This is the time for the public to address the council on matters not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. The council cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda. And if there are more speakers after 30 minutes, we will continue open time to the end of the agenda. So if you have a comment for us for items not on the agenda, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Good evening, Doug Kelly from Scenic Sequoia, but also representing the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers tonight. We were extremely concerned about the last meeting where people were not given the opportunity to discuss, to comment on items on the agenda, but that's okay because the items weren't on the agenda. There's no tax measure on that agenda. This was the annual goal setting. And yet there seemed to be a vote on the tax measure that's not on this agenda, and nobody was allowed to talk about it. So I know that Mimi Willard, the founder of Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers, mentioned that to at least one town council member. She said, I don't remember before the pandemic. And the answer is that's the way we do it. But that's not in compliance with the Brown Act as I read the Brown Act. Thank you.
Hi, Mina with the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. Just want to say that we had a very successful soup walk with the Park and Rec Department, and we had an overwhelming number of people who wanted to participate, and just really appreciate all the help that we've gotten. And we have bingo night coming up on March 20th, and we have a lot more things planned coming up, so maybe we'll talk about it later.
Thank you. First thing I'd like to say is actually I'd like to give a shout out to Todd Greenberg and Mark Bell to really take the time, and it takes a great deal of time to go through all these budgets and records. And it's not to criticize somebody, it's really to ask for clarity, since the town does not provide that clarity and actually does not answer our PRAs, which would avoid these. So I really appreciate that effort and time that of everybody that comes here to speak. I would also like to support what Doug brought up on the meeting. And it was concerning that there was a vote without public input. Whether it was just a collective vote or not, the meeting was not recorded except by, again, a private individual taking the time to do that, to really educate the council, and I understand received a cease and desist. I would also like to ask the council, and this is not to create any sort of concerns, but I do know that one council member has an environmental company for a consulting. I do know that that same individual met with Grayton Rancheria a couple times where it was alleged about the wall property, but I'm concerned if it was really about School Street Plaza. And I do think the town would be reasonable to ask if there's any income derived from those meetings through any individual on the council that has an outside company, consulting company, and ask for revenue. And Stephanie, I appreciate your smiling, but the fact that you got $25,000 from the Children's Center after the town donated $25,000 to them, this is something that shouldn't be bringing a smile to your face. Thank you.
Hi, Kathy Flores. So I've been observing this for a while now, and a person on the town council and our town attorney, they're the smirks on your face, the rolling of the eyes when people are talking that you do not disagree, that you don't agree with. It is really rude and disrespectful. And Janet, I hope you're listening.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I've been coming to meetings for decades. I even remember when we had an attorney who would sit there and say, "Oh no, you can't do that because it's not legal for you to do that at this time. You need to do this." Or, "No, you can't go there because it's not covered. You're violating some law or the other. It has to be done differently." That's not the case anymore. We have an attorney who leads the charge into illegality and then shuffles people off or quashes them like we don't exist. She's made it very clear that she doesn't work for the people of the town of Fairfax. She doesn't care about the people of the town of Fairfax as long as she's making her money, which is well over $500,000 a year for her part-time job here. Your entire
I'm going to remind you of the meeting protocol. And I'd
Well,
like you
this is part of the Brown Act where I have the right to have an opinion on what I see coming down.
I'm going to ask you to,
I am continuing. You don't have the right to interrupt me, as a matter of fact.
if you're going to
So as
speak
I was saying,
disrespectfully about staff, I am going to disrupt you.
it's not disrespectful. This is what is happening. And you want to hide it, you can. Can I have my time back, please?
You can have,
I would say about 20 seconds. Okay, fine. Thank you so much. So when we look at what's going on with the charges for lawsuits, there's another lawsuit coming. There are already 9 lawsuits. How can this possibly keep going on and on and on? Since I lost my train of thought, I guess I'll have to wait till the end of the meeting to get the rest of my public time.
thank you. Anybody else in the room wish to speak? Oh, here we go.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, taking up some of the precious little time you afford us to speak to educate the mayor and other council members about code sections that they should be up to speed on, considering that Mayor Hellman is also the current president of the MCCMC, Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members, and Barbara Kohler has been quoted in the Marin IJ saying that she and another member of that committee or body, and it's been determined to be a legislative body, thought it was a private social club. Well, it's a legislative body and it is subject to the Brown Act, and you are too. Section 5.4, Code Section 54954.3C explicitly prohibiting public criticism of the prohibiting, that's a double negative, public criticism of the agency's policies, procedures, programs, services, or the body's acts and omissions. Courts strike down rules or practices that selectively censor critical or disruptive speech based on content or viewpoint, even if framed as neutral. Why do you keep violating the Brown Act knowingly? Why isn't somebody putting a stop to this? Does the town have to bear increased costs when you know what the Brown Act is, when you've been advised by it, when the Marin IJ has reported on it? What is the ongoing problem here? It seems like the law is being flouted openly and knowingly. Speaking of which, I made public comment that is not included in the online comment folder well in advance of this meeting. That's another violation.
I'm just going to say something about the homeless situation in town. I feel it ramping up again. And as I understand it, there's some pretty dangerous, sketchy people with criminal history. And I'm wondering, where are our signs in the park? We were supposed to have signage about no camping ordinances and whatnot. There, I never saw them once. There was some paper, but there needs to be metal signage posted about the camping ordinance. And we also need a panhandling ordinance. It's starting to ramp up. And at the coffee roastery, we are a magnet. And once again, I'm not going to tolerate it. We are not tolerating it. And we're going to start getting tough again. These people have to be ushered out of town consistently at when they are, and there seems to be a hands-off attitude, and that it needs to be anything but that. They need to be approached and escorted out of town. I'm tired of it. It seemed to have mellowed out when the camp people went away, but it's happening again. They're coming again. There was a tent up there. So where are our signs? And where is the ordinance? Why aren't they posted? And we need a non-panhandling ordinance as well. Thank you.
Heather, I thought we ordered those signs at the time and we haven't gotten them.
Yeah, so we have been working. I have been working with the county has been gracious enough to give us their design. So we have a very standard design, and we just need to have those printed and posted. And again, it's a process, but it won't take forever.
Well, let's do what we can because we talked about that, ordering them at the time, and we had the paper just in the interim. So let's do what we can to move them.
Absolutely.
I don't remember. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's prioritize that. Go ahead.
Hi, to expand on that, I work at FitLab and I see people walking by every day. I see them on the benches falling asleep. We have to call the cops sometimes because they come in. I also see it ramping up a lot. And then as a mother of young children, it really scares me just to know that they could be around schools. And, there's this one guy that's all over next door that's harassing people. He's one of the guys that walks in front of FitLab all the time. It's just, it's a little unsettling and you don't feel great. So.
Thank you. Is there any members of the public on Zoom? Please raise your hand.
Yes, Mayor, there is one speaker on Zoom.
Okay, go ahead.
Richard, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, hi, Council. I just want to express that earlier in this meeting, Councilmember Gilly was no longer audible to the members out here of the public out here on Zoom. And, Mike and I, we kind of joke about how we don't necessarily agree. I want to hear what he has to say. I don't want it to be muted. He's a council member. He was elected into office. And that goes for everyone up there on the town council. I felt he was cut off, and I don't think that was appropriate. Also, there was a public comment which did not get posted on the website because of probably a link error. In other words, the content was not linked properly. And by the time I saw it, it was just at the start of the meeting. That's really not enough warning, especially when the content of that public comment was requesting the information be reviewed at this meeting on this date. And, I'd like to hear something from either the council or the staff about what the status of that that matter is. Thank you.
Can I just mention something? Mr. McIntosh, this is the second time you have accused me of something that is untrue. You can look at my Form 700s. I do have an environmental consulting firm. I have had no revenue for a number of years. I also pro bono worked on the property that is now FitLab for a number of years, making sure that that property was cleaned up correctly and got the state to issue a certificate of occupancy so that FitLab could go in there after 10 years of that property being vacant. So I do things for my town on my own time. You can check my Form 700s.
I have a question. I have a question. I wanted to know, since it came up with the signs not being out there yet, you said it's a process. How long has it been? I can't quite remember. How many months has it been since we passed the ordinance and we said we were going to get the signs?
I'd have to look that up. I can bring it back.
No one knows? Is it 6 months maybe? Would it be 6 months? Someone take a stab at it for me, because it sounds like we're not answering on purpose. I'm going to say 6 months. Thank you.
Okay, closing public comment, and we are moving on to the regular agenda, item 1. So this is complicated, and I know folks are going to have questions. They are items 1 and 2 are related, and we're going to take them obviously one at a time. The first is adopt 3 resolutions calling for a special election to extend the term of and increase of the Measure C sales tax. We heard a little bit about the Measure C sales tax earlier in the meeting. And so the first resolution 2026-03 submitting to the qualified voters of the town of Fairfax, a general tax measure increasing the rate of the town's transactions and use or sales tax from 0.75% to 1% and extending the term of the tax by removing its sunset at a special municipal election to be held on June 2nd, 2026. The second resolution, 2026-04, is requesting the Board of Supervisors of Marin County to consolidate a special municipal election to be held on June 2nd, 2026, with the statewide primary election to be held on that date pursuant to the Elections Code, section 10403. And then the third resolution is 2026-05, providing for the filing of direct and rebuttal arguments and setting rules for the filing of written arguments regarding a town measure to be submitted at the June 2nd, 2026 special municipal election. So before I ask Heather and Janet to take it away, I do, for full transparency, so every year the council has a planning retreat. We had that, when was that?
February 13th.
February 13th. So this is a time when the council comes together and discusses and aligns on the goals for the year. One of the items we discussed in that forum, which is a public forum, there were members of the public there. One of the items that emerged and was discussed was the fact that our current sales tax, which we saw earlier, constitutes over 7% of our revenue, is expiring next year. It expires next March. And so we discussed how that qualifies as it would be an emergency if, and this council supported it unanimously, that we wanted to get it on the June ballot because those revenues stop coming in as of, April 1, as I understand it. So that would be a dire emergency if we did not continue to collect that revenue. And so when we throw around this term emergency, there is no emergency. We just had the highest rating you can on an audit. You just heard our mid-year review. We are doing fine. We will not be doing fine, in my opinion, if we don't pass this measure. But aside from that, I just wanted to clear that up, full transparency, how this came to be. We also mentioned it in the future agendas topic, the meeting before last. So we already announced that this was going to be on the horizon. So with that, I'm going to transition it to Janet and Heather.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'm gonna just run through a few slides to make sure we all have the same context, and then I will turn it over to our town attorney. So the first slide is just a title. And I want to give you some background on what Measure C is today. So Measure C is the town's sales tax, sometimes referred to as TUT, transactions and use tax. The Measure C is currently set at 3/4% of taxable retail sales. And if you recall, Measure D, which Measure C replaced or renewed, that was at the 0.5%. So Fairfax has renewed and increased before.
Heather, do you still want to be on the cover slide?
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go to the next slide. I forgot. That's my bad. I've gone through the first few bullet points. The Measure C, which we currently have, it was approved by voters in November 2016, and it was a 10-year tax, but it started, it didn't start right away. They cannot start right away. And so the 10-year tax expires March 31st, 2027, unless extended by voters, which in the past voters have done. Revenues for this sales tax stay within Fairfax. Next slide, please.
They can't be taken by the state.
That's correct. They cannot be taken by the state, and it's I'll get to this later in the slides, but it's a very important part of the revenue stream that provides our critical services, police, fire, public works, road projects, etc. So Measure C was a general purpose revenue source. It supports the general fund for the town of Fairfax. And I want to mention that the town of Fairfax has only general funds. There are no enterprise funds. Like, for example, in other jurisdictions where I've worked, we've had enterprise funds where people are paying rates for their sewer service or for their solid waste service to the jurisdiction. That's not the case in Fairfax. We don't have a lever to pull to change rates. We can only really benefit from property taxes, sales taxes, grants, and loans. Charges for services, which are things like planning fees or, police tickets, dispatch. Thank you. Measure C also comes with annual audits for revenues and expenditures. And next slide, please. So this is important. The uses of Measure C, police and public safety services. So public safety services other than police really have to do with the fire department. In Fairfax, we are a member of a fire JPA, and the JPA board, which includes members of our council as well as members of the other jurisdictions' elected bodies, they set the budget for that service, and we pay the bills. So it also covers street and infrastructure maintenance, all general town services and operations, and of course the capital improvement projects. Next slide, please. So again, Measure C, key facts, it's a sales tax. It's currently at the 0.75%, 0.75. It was a 10-year tax ending in 2027. It received almost 77% yes vote, so well above what was needed, which was a 50% vote. Next slide, please. So impacts to the town. As I mentioned before, Measure C represents a very significant ongoing share of general fund revenue. It is influenced by fluctuations in the economy because it's a sales tax. So you'll see at the bottom of this slide, and it's a little small, but this is also posted. People can look at this. For the 2025-26 fiscal year, we budgeted a little bit over $1 million. That's about 7.2% of the budget. So, or excuse me, the revenue that's budgeted. So that's a very important portion of the revenue that's needed to support town services. Next slide, please. What you have in your packet today is a proposed renewal for the June 2nd. It's a statewide primary election, but it is a special election for the town. And at a 1% rate, the ballot language is shown in the agenda packet. Because this is a special election, and there's a need for a finding of fiscal emergency. Again, as Mayor Hellman mentioned, it's not that we're in an emergency, a fiscal emergency today, but we would have a fiscal emergency if we do not have a Measure C renewal. That requires a 5-0 council vote today to put it on the June 2nd ballot. We've talked about this previously in future agenda items. Also, as part of, the strategic planning, we need to know if we're running this project, if the council is interested in that. And the council expressed interest in an advisory measure as well as the general tax. The advisory measure is the next item, but I just wanted to point out that those two come together because that gives even more of a voice to the voters. This renewal will fund core services. We're talking police, fire, road improvements, and collection would not begin until April 1st, 2027. So Measure C would sunset and this new renewal would start. We need to let the county know if this is going on the ballot by March 6th. So that's the urgency of having it finished on this agenda. Next slide, please. So without Measure C funding, that taxing authority expires March 31st, 2027. If that happens, we would have a loss of major general fund revenue, and services would have to be cut. We would have service reductions in police, DPW, all departments would be subject to that. And that would include additional deferred maintenance and an instability in the town's budget. So we're putting together draft budget proposals right now for the town, and we'll have a workshop on the budget, which we're currently projecting for April 2nd. That's Thursday. And I have asked the staff to put together two budgets. So A being, this is the realistic budget for what you need to do next fiscal year. And B, if we lost Measure C, if we lost the sales tax, anticipate that you would need to cut 10% generally, right? And it's a very painful exercise, but something that the council will be able to look at and really understand, council and community, the implications of that. So last slide is next steps. So the council votes tonight whether to approve the ballot language, which includes the date, the language, and the rate. And then staff will take it from there and coordinate with the county elections office to make sure it gets on the ballot in June. We can only provide information. We cannot campaign for or against anything that would benefit the town. And so it will be up to members of the community or members of the council on their own time, not part of their work as a council member to campaign for that. So that's an important area, I think, for everyone to recognize. And then lastly, residents will be allowed to vote whether to renew the tax or not. And I'll turn it over to if you have questions or if Janet would like to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. So you made a comment earlier about the advisory piece, which is item with this which is the next item, and you mentioned they go together. They are not. We will discuss and take action on that. We may not do that, and we may not do this one, but you can do this one without the other one. So they do go together. I know what you meant by that, but it's not a must.
Absolutely
Yeah.
right. Yes. Thank you for clarifying.
And so I thought it might be worthwhile if I just read how the ballot language would read. It's on page 3 of 14 of the staff report. It would read, or what the proposed language is, Fairfax Town Services Measure, shall the measure to extend the town's sales tax by removing its sunset and to increase its rate from 0.75% to 1%, generating approximately $1.3 million annually in local funds until ended by voters, and that cannot be taken away by the state, to maintain general town services such as public safety and emergency response, improve infrastructure such as repairing and repaving streets, subject to annual independent audits, be adopted. And then it's yes or no. And should this council take action this evening and it proceeds as you said, you'll take it from there. For the county, it would require over 50% to pass.
That's right. So 50% plus one more vote.
Okay. And it requires a unanimous vote or 4-5. What does it require?
So to put it on in June, you
Yeah.
need to have a 5-0 finding of a fiscal emergency.
Right. Okay. Any questions from the dais?
I just want to add one thing is some of you may know that I ran a few tax measures for the town with various people. And I did work on this one with, I believe, Barbara Petty, who was our town treasurer for a number of years. Just a couple of points. The good news about a sales tax is that also, we have so many visitors to this town. So it's capturing the people that are coming here and enjoying our town. That's the good news. The other thing I learned when I started this a number of years ago, working with Michael Vivret, was when you have your own tax measure, you can actually capture internet sales tax, as well as if somebody goes and buys a car in Corte Madera, we capture that if this were to go 1%. And so that's something you don't get when you don't have your own sales tax. And the other thing I just want to mention in the strategic planning retreat, and Vice Mayor Egger brought this up very eloquently, is the cap that we can go to is 1%. And if we don't do it, somebody else will take it. The state will take it. We know that there will be a lot of ballot measures coming up, probably in the November ballot, and they will grab that cap. So it's something for us to really to think about. And I think what's been prepared, I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank you for putting together the staff report and the work on it. So hopefully we can move forward.
If I may, I have one more thing to
Sure.
say. So as Heather mentioned, there will be a gap in the collection if it's not passed in June. If you wait until November to pass it, it will expire March 31st, and there'll be a gap because of the way the Revenue and Taxation Code works. There'll be a gap in collections of a few months until the new one is enacted if it's passed in November. So that's part of the reason why selection of June. And again, as far as putting it on in November, it's a 2/3 vote. It takes 4 votes of the council to put it on. To put it on in for November, to put it on in June, it takes a 5-0 finding of fiscal emergency.
Thank you. Councilmember Girangelli.
Sure. I've just got a couple little things that are on my mind. So right now, what is our sales tax right now? What do people pay for sales tax right now in Fairfax?
0.75.
We have a basic rate of 1%, and then there's a special district tax of 3/4 cents. So it's 1 3/4. The total is 9%.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for. So the total is 9%. And right now, 3/4 of that 3/4% of that 9% goes directly to the town. Is that right?
The district tax, the 3/4 cent, is the town's. Bradley Burns is split between county and we don't get it all.
Right. So out of the 8 1/4% that would be there if we didn't have the 3/4%, how much of the 8 1/4% do we get?
I did a presentation here maybe 3-4 months ago that took the sales tax and showed how it was distributed across all of the different agencies. I don't recall on the top of my head what that was.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Okay, that's why I asked again. It's for our edification. So at the strategic planning workshop, one thing that was left out. Two things. One is at a strategic planning workshop, very few people come to it. And for some reason, they're not filmed like this is filmed. And it's public knowledge. You can go back to it and see it. And in the future, for just, I think it's an important part of our process, the planning workshop. So I like to see those filmed going forward. I mentioned it at the workshop, but it wasn't mentioned in this report. And the other thing that was mentioned was that, you know, raising the taxes isn't the end all for everything. I'm not against letting the people vote for it. I'll start there. Don't fret. But the one of the things that was agreed upon was that this council, at my insistence, said that they would look strongly at making staff cuts where we deem appropriate. And some of that could just be done through attrition when people retire out. Do we want to fill the position again? Because it's my contention from the day I ran for office to today, I mentioned it quite a bit, that I think that we're running, we're not as efficient as, let's say, our business community has to be to make ends meet. So I think there's staff cuts that would give significant money back to us that we can use in other areas. So that wasn't in this report either, that we agreed that we were going to be looking strongly at the idea of staff cuts. That's not in this report, which is what one reason why I agreed to put this on this right now for tonight. It wouldn't even be here tonight if I didn't vote for it. And, you know, I just wanted to keep it at 0.75% at the time. So that's what I'm looking for still, let the public know that I'm going to vote for this. So let the public decide if they want to raise it up to the 1%. So that makes our total sales tax will be 9.25%. Okay. And which is the same as Nevada, which, by the way, is always broke, by the way. So it's not just how much you raise your taxes, it's also how much we're going to spend our money. So that's all I got to say, and thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So the issue here, it's twofold. One is the timing of putting this sales tax measure on a ballot. And you never know what's going to happen on a ballot. I mean, folks may vote for it or may vote against it. If we do put it on a June ballot, should it be defeated for whatever reason, should it not pass for whatever reason, we would have one more try at it. At that second try, we would lose a portion of it because by time that measure kicked in, we would lose a portion of it. That's number one. Number two is the 0.25% increase. You know, I'd like to see us set up, and Mike has talked about this before, set up a road fund, flat out a road fund in the budget that would include gas tax, motor vehicle in lieu funds, the weight impact fees, and actually set it up right in a budget, this road fund. And should this go on the ballot and be approved with the full 1%, it would give us an extra $300,000 more than we're receiving right now. And that 300,000 could go right into that road fund. You know, folks say, well, you put another ballot measure on. Well, folks would just pass so many tax increase or ballot measures. You know, this one, I think folks will see and pass it. I'm not sure if they'd pass a bond measure right now, coming on the heels of this one. So my thrust is to see this be put on the ballot and see it passed, and I'll work to pass it. If Fairfax doesn't take that 0.25%, someone else is going to get it. And those who buy something here in Fairfax are going to pay the full 9.25%. It's just that quarter won't go to Fairfax. It'll go to either the county or another agency that can get their hands on that 0.25%. So I think it's important that we put the whole package on with the increase, that we have a 5-0 vote and let the folks in town make that determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Councilmember Blash.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify one thing that happened was My understanding from what happened in the special session that we had, the goal setting session, was that it was kind of like a head count and it wasn't an official vote of the council to take this up. We sort of had some indication of where our concerns were and what we might like to see when we came into this meeting, but we did not take an official vote. So I just wanted to put that out there. I also want to just note, like with Novato has a very special situation because from what I understand, they set their mill rate really low and it's kind of put them into an eternal issue that they have been trying to reconcile. So we're in a different position than they are in terms of spending and taxation. And then I just want to say, I really appreciate the careful deliberation that my colleagues have made in terms of looking at this outside of the meeting. I just think I'd like to say that there's been a lot of thought put into how to approach this that I really appreciate. So.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's open public comment on this item.
Thank you. I'm first off mentioned that I spoke to, I mentioned once before to Councilmember Blash. I have trouble hearing in this room. I think it's me. So I'm going to make my comment and then I'm going to watch this from home where I can actually hear everybody. Representing cost, we'll reach out to the town. Two of us will. But I do have some concerns. Two of them are, again, I think it was discussed and voted on at that meeting where the public didn't have a chance to comment. It was voted to put it on the agenda. It's still public business. And the second thing is it says until repealed by voters, which means it's a forever tax. And to us, that's very dangerous. And the reason that is what you're saying is people don't know this, but it means it has to be a citizen's initiative. You have to gather the petitions. You have to go through that whole process. You might not like, if somebody gets angry at this town council, you might not like the citizens initiative. It might just go down to 0.5. So having it require that a citizens initiative be used could get you a citizens initiative that you don't like in the future. We suggest a 9-year sunset. Thank you.
I also support that a sunset is prudent for any tax that comes through. But instead, I want to approach something differently. And if council could please listen to this. All taxes are affecting us the same. Taxes affect the equity of everybody's property. So everybody collectively is affected in this room. So an example, let's say your house is worth $1 million or $5 million. So just look at this as multipliers. So we're going to say the buyer of your home pays $1,000. If that $1,000, that means that buyer has to make 3.5 times, so he makes $3,500 a month to qualify for that $1,000 payment. And of that $1,000 payment, how much does a home actually get? Take the $1,000, subtract $100 for the utilities, $100 for the insurance, $100 for the taxes. So really the equity of that house is getting $700 because that's what that same buyer can afford. Well, if you double your property tax, or taxes, you double your utilities, you double your insurance, if you can even get fire insurance, in that same scenario, instead of $300, it'd bring it up to $600. So now the seller of that home, your property, your equity, you're only actually getting $400 for your equity. So these taxes collectively affect all of us. They erode the equity in your property. So again, I'll repeat that. If you have someone who can qualify to spend $1,000 on your home, and in that $1,000, they have to go ahead and make sure that they pay their property tax, utilities, and insurance. And if these things double, it erodes the equity in the property. So we, the seller or the buyer, is really getting less. So collectively, again, all these taxes are eroding the property values, which will in turn erode the overall picture for your revenue.
John, is there a problem with the timer? Okay, but I guess it goes off at 2 minutes. Okay.
And I'm just wondering, can you clarify? I mean, maybe I'm just misunderstanding a little bit, but this tax is a sales tax, right? It's not a property tax.
That's right. It's a sales tax.
no back and forth, please. And go ahead.
I, Todd Greenberg, urging you, despite having some need for revenue, to not vote forward on this because the process has been flawed. Councilman Garanghelli was cut off by Mayor Hellman when he was speaking to the fact that the audit should not be accepted because of errors in both the audit and the staff report. How can you rely upon any of the numbers that you're making this decision on if Mayor Hellman has prevented the public from hearing about the flaws in the audit? You can't just say something's okay when it's not okay. I attended and filmed the February 13th meeting at which a collective consensus was determined. That is an action taken on an item that was not noticed. That taints this whole proceeding going forward and makes it illegal. This is an illegal action doing this tonight. This needs to be tabled or removed from the agenda. You need to recognize that I have submitted 60 pages on March 1st and 9 pages yesterday on a timely basis, and those pages were seemingly intentionally not provided to the public, that have a very detailed set of legal analyses informing you on why the prior meeting's votes, whether you call them formal votes or not, are not correct. I don't know if this was provided to the council. I sent it again just prior to this meeting. You should not be doing this. It's illegal.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Wow, here we are again, like another major decision you have to make, and you have to make it tonight because there's no time to really deliberate or think about it or get public response yet again. You knew about this going into the retreat. It wasn't on the agenda. There was plenty of time at the regular meeting in February to have discussed this, to give people the opportunity to think about it, to weigh in, to think about other options, or to go along with it. The meeting ended, what, at 9:42? I thought the meeting could go to 11. I mean, you could have taken 10 or 15 minutes to do a presentation on this, let alone the other things that you will legally discuss at the meeting without the public being able to comment, because that's how you do it, though it's in violation of the Brown Act. As to the measure itself, I agree with Frank. If you're going to raise the sales tax 0.25%, then that should be, and it can be, limited only to roads, to repairing roads. There's no way that money should go into the general fund, because we've seen what happens when it goes into the general fund. We seem to have more people hired in the office, and people like, say, the public works people don't get really decent raises, do they? And as far as the other resolution about, like, well, you can choose where this can go, that's not what it says. It says you can choose where the money maybe will go, but it's not binding. That's not transparency. That's deception.
Hi, Jenny Schmidt, Fairfax. I think what we're talking about tonight is putting a 0.25% tax increase on a ballot, not whether we're imposing a 0.25% tax tonight. So in fact, there, in my understanding, will be plenty of time for people to vote yes or no on it. So it's not really, in my mind, a problem to say, yes, put it on a ballot. What I do a little bit have a problem with is the chit dealing that I see happening. I'll vote yes on it if you promise not to fill staff positions. Well, they're not interchangeable in my opinion. This fund, this 1/4% tax seems to be what pays for mostly our police and fire departments, is my understanding. So why would we ever not fund these essential services? Thank you.
Well, because it's just too much. There's so many taxes coming at us all the time, and it's just insane to try and keep up with it. So there was talk. I kind of agree with Mike. I think that you can, I mean, pass it if you must. The voters will decide. But I think there's a lot of belts that need to be tightened here in the town government. I think there's a lot of padding. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but I think, Heather, you have what, 1 or 2 associates or assistants? I think that we should probably interview for a new attorney and get some bidding going for legal projects. I think there's other areas, I'm sure, and you know what they are. And there was mention of tax capturing the visitors and grabbing their money. What about the people who live here 24/7? What about us? And I guess I don't understand how someone else will take the 1%. I will vote no on it because it's too much, and there's other ways to do this. And I think you absolutely need a sunset on it. I didn't even realize what Mike Mack was saying, but it can't be a forever tax. And I will vote no, like I vote for anything that increases my property taxes or is just too much stacking tax on tax on tax. Thank you. Good luck.
Tanabaya, I see it up there, but it's not moving. What's that? Oh, okay. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the room. Zoom? No hands on Zoom? Okay, we'll close public comment. All right.
I just have a quick
Sure.
question, because one thing I forgot about, that would be the lack of a sunset. The last one had a 10-year deal. And this one currently is being proposed as there's no sunset on it. Is that what I heard? Okay. And I think personally that is a mistake. It may pass anyway, but I think that, and the council could think about it, but I think we should at least review it. I won't be here, but every 10 years it should be reviewed to see where things are at. But to never have a sunset doesn't seem quite right to me. But does anyone else agree with that?
I don't agree with that. And I will tell you because I've run 3 tax measures for this town. And the first time I worked on Measure J with Holly Bragman and Larry, it was 5 years. And before you turn around, you're already doing it again. Then when we
10 years.
Okay, listen. Will you listen for a sec? Okay, then I worked on Measure F. And actually, no, this one. And it was again going to be 5 years. Before you turn around, you're doing it. I wanted to do a forever tax, or not really forever tax, but a tax without a sunset, because before you turn around, you're doing it again. And we need this additional revenue. And like Vice Mayor Egger says, if we don't grab this, nobody else, others will. And
I don't know if folks understand that. Do you want to explain? So there's a state law that caps it at 10?
No, it's for us, the cap would be that the most we could charge for sales tax is 9.25. And there's a cap. And so what happens is if we stayed at 9, then somebody else, like the county, is talking about doing another sales tax.
Yeah.
They will grab it. And
Right.
so then you're stuck. And the only way you can go above the cap is to go to the legislature, and they will not approve a cap change. So I would just say, Mike, having done this, I think it makes a lot of sense to do a sunset and no sunset. And whenever council is here, I won't be here either. I'll probably be in the grave by then, but I would, you never know. But I just think the councils that are here, it doesn't necessarily have to be a citizens ballot initiative. The councils that are here at the time could decide, we're going to change this and we're going to change it to 5% or whatever, or much less, 0.5%. So I'm not in agreement. I think we need to go forward with this. What happened with this one, and I didn't have it in my calendar, it snuck up on us. And so before you turn around, it's here again. And when I ran Measure F with at that time, I think it was Janet Garvin who was our treasurer. Again, I was able to convince the council to do 10 years, but it's constant need.
I understand.
A lot of
what you're saying. I
resources.
still have one more question, and that is, does the sales tax goes into the general fund? Is that correct? Okay, so it's not specific to the fire or the police
That's
department.
correct.
So this is a
All right.
general tax and
Yeah, I
it's,
just wanted to
If I
clarify
can,
that.
if I can also clarify, so yes, the sales tax goes into the general fund and police and fire are funded from the general fund.
And what's actually been happening is most of the money has been going towards police. And I think one of the things Vice Mayor Egger talked about is when I ran this tax a few years ago, I don't know, 8 years ago or whatever it was, 9 years ago, when we put out the materials, we talked about what we want. It was not a special purpose tax, but we talked about police, fire, the things that people really care about and are kind of the basis for our town. And I think should should we be able to move forward with this and go on the ballot, I think once we were talking about it, I think we ought to look at like a split of a third for police, a third for fire, and a third for roads. So we have we're not just all police, all fire, and really looking at it that way, not spending it on other general fund purposes, because these are like the rock. They're our basis.
Any other, go ahead.
Sure.
Councilmember Flash.
Oh, sorry. We were both jumping for. Okay, so one of the things that I just want to point out, because of a comment somebody made earlier, we do have a road fund, right? We have a road fund. So, but the other thing is, initially when I looked at this tax, and I think I was the person that pointed out that it was coming up, the expiration was coming up, is that, we're scrambling. We're scrambling for every penny we can get for roads. Even the extra $300,000 that the increase would bring wouldn't even cover half of a road segment that we paved recently, right? But it still would help. So it's really important to me, but it seems like we can't limit it just to roads because we can't do a special tax, right?
Well, a special tax would require a supermajority. And so, for example, in the November 2024 election, the town had a bond measure specifically for roads. It was a road bond. And because it was specifically for roads, it required a supermajority, and it got 62%, which is well above a flat majority, but not enough for a supermajority, and therefore it failed. And so we often do face questions from residents, why can't my road be fixed? And unfortunately, we have to say, we tried and it didn't work that year.
So I guess what I'm asking is, there's the additional item on the agenda about, putting a sort of advisory wording on the ballot for the use of these funds. And if we said, we hope to use it primarily for roads, Is there some point at which us saying that means that it makes it a special tax, or, anything that we say it's advisory is just advisory, like,
I think we're talking about the next
Yeah,
item.
I don't want to go there.
Okay, I'm
until we
sorry.
get
So
there.
we'll,
No,
we'll
it's
talk
okay.
about it on the next item.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
the
that
next
people were,
item.
I guess other council members
Yeah.
are bringing this up, and I was kind of like, okay, you're right, though. We should wait till the next item.
Yeah.
But we can't discuss that now. And yeah, okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. If I thought the town could get by without this tax, I'd sunset it. I flat out would do that. It had been 20 years since I served on this council, and we had special taxes in the past. And Barbara mentioned some of the taxes that she supported in the past, and I've helped her with a couple of them. The fact is, this little town needs help. Our street department needs help big time. And this is an opportunity to kind of help us get through this time. It's the sales tax is not going to be is going to be paid by everyone who comes to Fairfax and shops, in addition to our residents. So it's not just our residents, all the visitors when they eat out, when they buy something at Fairfax Lumber, or they buy something at the Good Earth store. I mean, they're going to pay sales tax, and we're going to benefit from it. I think it's something that we really have to do. Let's put it on the ballot, and folks will tell us if they don't like what we're doing. They didn't like what we were doing back in November 24. That's how Mike and I got elected. They were upset with the town council. And so, we've been busy trying to right the ship and make everything work here. And so, Mike is not real hot for this issue, and I understand that. And I'm kind of, I guess maybe the opposite tonight from Mike, but I think the two of us together can put it together and make it work. And both Mike and I are set on getting a road fund going, a streets fund going to help our street department. I mean, that's the one department that's underfunded, been underfunded for a long time. So I hope this passes 5-0, and I hope that we can individually help run a ballot measure campaign to pass it.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think we needed to hear that from you, and I'm ready to make a motion. I'll make a motion now. Janet Colson, do I need to do these three separately, or can I do it as one together and read them all?
It would be better if you did them separately, but you can do them all.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Separate. Do them separate.
Okay, so I'm going to make the first motion to adopt Resolution 2026-03, submitting to the qualified voters of the town of Fairfax a general tax measure increasing the rate of the town's transaction in use sales tax from 0.75%, 0.75% to 1%, and extending the term of the tax by removing its sunset at a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026.
Can I second that, or do you have to read all of them?
You second.
Okay, I'm seconding it.
So I'll second.
No, Blash seconded it. Will you take the roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger.
Aye.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go for the second one.
Motion passes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-04, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Marin to consolidate a special municipal election to be held on June 2nd, 2026, with the statewide primary election to be held on that date pursuant to Elections Code Section 10403. Vice Mayor, you want a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Councilmember Egger. Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli?
I have a quick question on, earlier you mentioned that, and I wanted to see if that was a true statement. Is it 80% of our budget goes towards salaries and 20% goes to other things? It was mentioned earlier. But I wanted to clarify it.
I don't,
You're not,
sorry, I don't,
well, yeah,
I don't,
someone over there said that, but I wasn't sure if it was an example or real numbers. Can we find that
if I
out later?
said
Don't worry about it.
that,
think it's
it would be an
police.
example.
Okay, well,
Most.
I'd like to know that
it's a
number for
service
next
business,
time.
right? Yeah.
I'll vote yes, by the way.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger?
Aye.
Mayor Hellman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, going for number 3. I make a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-05, providing for the filing of direct and rebuttal arguments and setting rules for the filing of written arguments regarding a town measure to be submitted at the June 2nd, 2026 special municipal election.
Second.
Okay.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Councilmember Garangelli. Councilmember Blash?
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger?
Aye.
Mayor Hellman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Now, how about the
Move it.
ordinance here? Do we have,
Mm,
it's just an exhibit? Okay, we don't have to adopt an ordinance?
Because the voters have to approve it. It's an attachment, it's an exhibit to the first resolution.
Okay, we are moving on to the next item, which is related. And so,
So, Mayor, I know we passed your 9 or 9:30, but I think we're at 10 o'clock or we're at 10:30. So I would like to suggest that we continue on. We have a number of items on the regular agenda, and I think we should try to continue on. And so,
Second.
okay, roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
We have a motion to waive the 10:30 rule with a motion made by Councilmember Kohler, second by Councilmember Garangelli. Councilmember Blash?
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger?
Aye.
Mayor Hellman?
with a goal of getting through the next 4 items in the next 40 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, I'm going to hold you to it. Okay, so this one is adopt a resolution placing an advisory measure on the June 2nd, 2026 statewide primary ballot regarding spending priorities for the general transaction and use or sales tax. So adopt a resolution 2026-06 submitting to the qualified voters of the town of Fairfax an advisory measure seeking voter direction regarding spending priorities for revenue from the town's general transactions and use or sales tax at a special municipal election to be consolidated with the statewide primary election to be held June 2nd, 2026, and setting rules for arguments and rebuttals for and against an advisory measure. So, Janet, are you going to take this? I'd like for you to explain in layman's terms what an advisory measure is and how this would look on the ballot, please.
Well, it's its own separate measure, and it only requires 3 votes of this council to put it on the ballot. It is non-binding. It is seeking direction from the voters. You get a flavor for what the voters want by doing an advisory measure, but it isn't binding. It does not make a general tax a special tax, and so as it says, it's seeking voter direction.
So what I'm hearing, and I'm trying to do this in layman's terms, right? So what I'm hearing is that there's not teeth to this, right? And there's nothing that, for example, an auditor would,
Correct.
it would be not subject to an audit because in what we just passed, and I read that ballot, we said what we just unanimously passed was to put on the ballot this sales tax, right?
General tax.
Yeah, and the ballot question says in it that the funds would be, let's see, generating approximately 1.3 million annually in local funds until ended by voters, and that cannot be taken away by the state to maintain general town services such as public safety and emergency response, improve infrastructure such as repairing and repaving streets, subject to annual independent audits be adopted. So there's already a description around what the intent of the funds could
It's
be
an
used for.
example.
It's an example.
of things that are funded out of the general fund.
Right.
Please.
And this is sort of just elaborating on that, but it's advisory, it's not binding, and
Correct.
there's no accountability, if you will. Like there's no, it's just
It's the voters telling you what they want to see done, direction wise, but it's not binding. And it just simply helps you ask that question of the voters and see what they say.
okay. And so sequentially on the ballot, you have,
Yeah.
yes, no on the tax, and then
Yeah. Yeah. If there is if there is a general tax on this ballot, how would you like would you like to see it go for police, fire, and roads? That type of
right.
question.
So it's yes, no on the tax, yes, no on the advisory
Right,
message.
exactly.
Okay. So I just wanted to sort of make that really clear for everyone. Anyone, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I have a lot of concerns about this. I think that it creates, first of all, I think it's confusing. If we have this tax measure on the ballot, which we just voted for, I think as the mayor talked about, it provides an example of things that could be spent on. I think by an advisory measure, I think it creates a level of confusion about the tax. And I also think something that's non-binding, it creates a perception that this is all it will be spent on, especially because there's words saying exclusively. I don't think that's right. I mean, I guess I'm not asking a question, but I've thought about this a lot, and I really think we're just adding a layer of confusion. Let's be straightforward about, what we just voted for. Don't confuse the voters with something else that maybe gives a level of comfort. You're saying basically it gives you a flavor of what they want, but I think people will read it differently. I think they will read it like, oh, this is all they're going to spend it on. And I think one of the things we've been really trying to do is be very straightforward with people. So I just feel that this is confusing. It adds a layer that when I ran this other one, I don't know how many years ago, 9 years ago, we talked about when I worked on the actual campaign, which of course this council wouldn't do, individuals of us may. We talked about things that it would be spent on, which is kind of what the mayor just read in the ballot question. So people had an understanding of what these kind of funds were used for. So I frankly think, I know I'm not asking questions, I'm not following the right rules, but I just really feel like let's stay with what we have, straightforward, up or down, no, yes, go with it. And those of us and others who work on a campaign can talk more to folks. And this just.
Okay, let's get back to questions, clarifying.
All right, sorry, Bob.
Yes.
It's okay, and then we'll open public comment.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Garangelli.
I'm going to take the time to say, for maybe the first time in a year and a half, I agree with Barbara Kohler. It's not the first time, but actually it's very deceptive. And I think most people don't appreciate something that's not binding. It's a throwaway, and we shouldn't insult people's intelligence with that kind of a measure. So I agree with you. Thanks.
Okay, anything else?
Yes.
Before public comment? Go ahead.
So this measure sets forth the timing for arguments for and against. Is that correct? It says that we're going to amendments and analysis, who's going to do it, the impartial analysis. I mean, if we don't pass this, what happens?
I think you're mixing it up with the first one. The first one has when the ballot arguments are due.
I'm just reading this one. This is,
Oh.
am I reading the wrong one?
Oh, it's for this one. They're two separate measures, Frank.
Okay.
Yeah, they're two separate measures, okay?
Is that?
Yeah.
About the advisory vote.
We're
So
talking about the.
So you
advisory-
also have to do ballot arguments for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Frank.
So, it says advisory ballot question.
Right,
Then it says election procedures
right.
and arguments and analysis. What
Right.
if you had dropped off section 3 altogether? And so it would go section 1, section 2, and section 3 would actually be section 4, election
Yeah.
procedures.
Yeah, no, this is a separate, entirely separate, has nothing to do with what you just passed.
No.
The other-
He's looking at the correct staff report. What he's asking, for example, hypothetically, if we kill the advisory, we say too complex,
Fine.
if we don't want it, what happens to the other items in the staff report? Like who's going to write the rebuttals and all that?
If I can try to jump in here. So, in the 3 resolutions that you just passed,
Yeah.
you set the timing for the rebuttals, etc., for that tax measure.
Right.
And then we have this second measure, which is about the advisory measure. And so that advisory measure would also have timing for rebuttals, etc.
Okay.
So
I
if
guess
you-
I don't see that, the timing for the rebuttals and everything in the,
staff report?
okay. It's in the resolution 2026-05.
So if you,
Okay.
so
And the other one.
yeah, so if you choose not to do an advisory measure, then you don't have to like edit it. It's really sort of an up or down. Do you want an advisory
Yeah.
measure or not?
Okay, you
Yeah,
got
it's
it.
completely self-contained. Each one of those is completely self-contained. So the thing you just passed can stand up itself, and the advisory measure is completely self-contained over here. You don't have to do the advisory measure.
So we don't have to pass this tonight.
No.
Okay.
Don't
Okay.
want it, don't
No,
do
that's
it.
why they're distinct. Okay. Are there any questions? No, Councilmember Blash? Okay, I'm going to open public comment on this one.
Hello, council. I'd also like to jump on the Barbara Kohler fan club, thank her for her comments, agree with her, and get rid of this entire thing. I agree that it will be confusing to many people. And so again, thank you very much for speaking clearly about that, Barbara.
Mark Bell, the first time this measure came out, the voting public was told that this would be funding the police station and the police 24/7 open. So the station would be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It would go for also to pay for fire and also to pay for senior and youth programs. That's what we were told. The money from the initial item, referendum, tax, that's where this money was going. And now you're saying that, well, that's really not the case? That it just goes to the general fund and we try to shuffle some over there? Is that what I'm hearing? When we were told this is exactly where the money is going. It's going to keep the police station open 24/7. It's going to pay for fire, and it's going to pay for senior and youth programs. And that's why it's succeeded. If you're not going to be forthwith or forthright and say that that's where it's going, I wouldn't be surprised if this went down. Because you're not being straightforward. You're not being transparent. And and by the way, if it just so happens, I kind of looked up and ask Miss Google in her AI mode about if you have a California tax with no sunset date that is voted in, you need a new initiative or referendum process to repeal it. The town council cannot. Take it up with Miss Google.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. Do we have a timer up? Go. Why do I get a timer? Nobody else did. Okay, so it's time to stop lying to the people of Fairfax and saying the sky is blue when it's actually raining out. If Fairfax has a fiscal emergency going on that required you to make the vote that you just made to increase our taxes without any other member of this town council other than Mr. Gearing-Gelly seeking for budget cuts. No assurance of that. No sunset date here. How is it that you would even come up with this? I'm agreeing with you, Barbara, and
This is not on this item.
I just agreed with Barbara.
Okay.
Okay.
Stick to the
Could I have my
advisory.
time back, please? I don't appreciate the interruptions. I'm agreeing with Barbara and Councilman Gearing-Gelly that this is confusing. I'm also speaking related to this, that the whole thing is a sham. How do you possibly think that you're going to keep misleading people? I'm urging you not only to vote no on this, but also to take back your prior vote. Because these proceedings are a sham. It's prearranged. There's no spending cut. The spending is out of control in Fairfax. Why would anyone in their right mind ever vote for this or a no sunset tax? Thank you.
I too am agreeing with Barbara and Mike. And I do think that the previous vote absolutely needs a sunset. Yeah, very confusing. Get rid of this one, dump it, go back to the sales tax increase and put a sunset on it. Thank you.
Any other members in the room want to speak? Okay.
No, Mayor.
No hands on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we're taking it back. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that this has a lot of potential to be confusing, and I'm not seeing the value. And I think it's gonna, whoever is out there educating the voters on this, it just adds complexity that is sort of needless. If it were binding, then I would think it would have value, but it's just too confusing, and the resources required and another item on the ballot and educating voters on what it means, et cetera. I'm not in favor of it either. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to no on the advisory measure.
Second.
Just, if I could just make a quick comment on that. I'm just reading the last few lines of one of the resolutions that are already passed. It says, to maintain general town services such as public safety and emergency response, improve infrastructure such as repairing and repaving streets, subject to annual independent audits be adopted. That kind of says what this.
Yeah, I read
other
that
was gonna
ballot.
say.
Yeah, I read that
It's covered.
here.
It's covered.
Yeah, exactly.
it's not-
Okay, let's take
Okay,
a.
so I just,
take a
okay,
vote.
I'm going to make a quick comment too. So I just want to say that I agree with everybody and that the way to get at voter priorities is around the budget might be to do some inclusive budgeting or do yet another townwide survey to really delve into what people most want their money allocated towards. So I don't think this is the best way to get at that. And so I'm going to say I agree with the other council members. Thank you.
Point of process, please.
Yeah, let's point something out. If you don't want the advisory measure, you don't have to vote on it. I mean, your motion is going to be what?
No.
Well, so your motion is let's not adopt resolution such and such, and then everybody has to vote yes.
Why is everybody
You're saying
have to
just
vote
gonna-
yes?
period.
Not adopt.
Just who agrees with this?
Yeah, you don't have, if you don't want this, nobody make a motion, nobody make a second, you don't have it.
All right, forget it. All right, let's
Okay.
just move on.
We're in alignment on no voting on the second.
I have one thing I want to add because I was going to add it. I thought we were going to vote on it. I am against the part where it's not sunset, but I'm also for letting the people decide the vote. We're not imposing this on people. It's a choice that they can make.
Got it.
But we have to give it to them.
Got it.
And so I oppose the lack of sunset.
We got it. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 3 of the regular agenda, Fire Station 21. This is going to be a brief update. Thank you for staying late, Kristen. We continue to get updates on this significant effort. I just want to note, you're going to see the amendment language in here, and it's not expanding any estimated costs. We're still within the 1.6 million budget. Thank you. Take it away, Kristen.
Thank you. I'll just let Jenna get the presentation up really quick. So, good evening, Kristen Arnold, Public Works. Tonight I'm going over an amendment to add construction management services to Fairchild Brahms design agreement for the Fire Station 21 remodel project. The amendment is to add construction management services. While the architect will continue to provide design support by interpreting drawings and resolving technical questions, the construction manager will focus on contract administration, monitoring day-to-day construction progress, negotiating change orders, reviewing contractor payment requests, tracking schedule impacts, and documenting field decisions. As the project moves from design into construction, the level of coordination, documentation, and on-site oversight increases substantially. This will augment staff capacity and allow the town to maintain progress on multiple capital improvement projects while construction is underway. As mentioned, this amendment was budgeted for and included in the 1.6 million total project cost estimate. The construction management services are for $80,200, and it will increase the total not to exceed amount for the agreement to $238,156. With that, staff recommends adopting a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute a 4th amendment to the professional services agreement between the town and Fairchild Brahms Design. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. So if the $1.6 million, that's already been approved, is that correct? We've approved up to 1.6. Why?
Yes.
So why does it keep coming back to increase this part of it? It looks to me, I don't know how that, first of all, I don't know how it doesn't add to the 1.6. And if it's already been approved, so does that mean every
transparency?
Does that mean every expenditure keeps coming back to us? Like when they start building it, where you're going to come back and say, can we have $300,000 for the lumber? So I don't understand how this works because $238,000, it wasn't that long ago. How does it not add to the 1.6?
So the 1.6 approval, that approval was for the town to accept the loan from the county. Our amendment for that, our resolution for that didn't include authorization to increase agreements or to award the construction project. So right now, as planned, this is the last planned amendment for Fairchild Brahms. And I plan to come back on April 15th to award the construction contract.
Okay, and just a quick question. So what was your estimate for Fairchild Brahms? And the 1.6, you had a line, you had an estimate of what this would cost. What was the estimate?
$80,200.
80,200?
Yes.
But it's,
Or well, wait, I'm sorry, just for the
I'm trying to make
construction
it
management
quick.
services.
What was your total estimate for Fairchild Brahms contract? Because it started low and it just keeps increasing. Like now it's at 238. What was your original estimate?
238,156.
That was your estimate?
That was the estimate included in the 1.6 million.
If I may,
All right.
I understand why you're confused. I do.
But
I
don't
do.
understand that at all. But that's okay. Don't worry about it.
Go ahead.
That's on me, I suppose.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that what you're seeing here, I understand it can be frustrating because it is part of our financial controls, right? So what you approved that the project in total would be up to $1.6 million. But then there are additional layers of your approval so that you always have visibility into the project. And we're coming back and providing that extra transparency that, okay, this part costs this amount. This contractor is going to get paid this amount. And in addition to that, yes, you will have to approve the contractor who will actually do the building, which is separate from the designer who has been working on putting together the specifications, designing the building. You know, she went from just give us a conceptual design and a basic estimate of what we think that will cost to, okay, we need to update that estimate because now we have more information and you approve that. And then, okay, now we need to get to construction drawings and you approved that. And so this is the last piece, which is now we need her help to oversee the construction essentially. And, we knew and talked to the council about all of these steps are coming, but in the moment, I understand it's like, you know, there's a billion things going on. Did we talk about this already? But there's a reason that we have all of these steps is to keep you in the driver's seat at all times.
It's all about being informed and being transparent. And, you know, we could have put this on consent and we had a conversation about that, but we knew we would get feedback that we weren't being transparent if we didn't say,
Yeah.
you can't, sometimes you can't win.
But by the way, my question is still valid. In the $1.6 million that they anticipated, how much was anticipated for this company? Because it's up to 238. I never thought I would get that high, but so somewhere you've got that figure.
Yeah.
And maybe you
schedule
$300,000, but you don't schedule it after you get the bill. You had an estimate of what they were going to cost. That was my question.
Okay, that's absolutely a valid question. And so let me rephrase Kristen's answer because I heard her answer. Of the 1.6, the estimate was just under 300,000, and that's what the total for Fairchild Brahms will be when they receive this last fourth tranche, if you will, which is 80,000. Yes. And that's it.
Estimated 300,000 for them. It's 60,000 less, 62,000 less.
I'm speaking in approximations. Kristen can give you the exact details.
So I had this scope of service when we put the cost estimate together. So we included this exact amount in the cost estimate because we already had the scope of work. I just hadn't done the work to write the staff report and get it to council for approval.
Okay.
So okay.
I really want to keep us on track. So if you could just be very
real quick,
crisp.
It will. So just what we're talking about here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different actions have taken place here. The first two, when this firm was hired and then and they approved some options, Mike and I weren't even on the council at the time.
Okay.
So we came on board afterwards.
Okay.
So we're just trying to catch up with
Yeah.
everything and understand
It's
it.
fine. I really appreciate
That's
how robust this report is and
Okay.
how forthcoming you are with all the information because we want the scrutiny on such a significant effort. Okay, Councilmember Blash?
Actually, I'm just going to hold off. Thank you.
Okay, great. Open time. Public comment on this item.
Hi, Todd Greenberg.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean.
Cut off once again by the mayor. Could I have my time back, please?
Yes, you may.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. Wow. Okay, here we are. Great that we're working towards better transparency. But does the public know that the town council voted to borrow $1.6 million when we just declared a fiscal emergency without allowing the people of Fairfax to vote on borrowing $1.6 million? That's a material amount of money to encumber the people of Fairfax with as debt without doing a bond, especially when we've got runaway costs and there's no budget cuts going on. Wow, it's just incredible. The estimates on this, and they're just estimates, as Councilman Garanghelli's pointed out before, there's no firm bids. The estimates on this are $2,000 per square foot for this remodel. I just got to say, wow. Okay, it's great that this is, proceeding, but is this a blank checkbook just like our legal costs are? Before this meeting, there was a special closed meeting that most people would never be aware of that talks about new anticipated litigation against the town. How much is that going to cost the town when there's 9 other lawsuits that the town council has been informed about and the town's insurers representing other things? I'm just saying, hey, this might be a good thing, but there's no cost controls here. And you need to demand cost controls and you need to demand firm estimates before the whole thing goes forward. Like contracted estimates, not just blank checkbook. We pay the bills as they come in.
Hello, council. I have to acknowledge that the presentation on this was really confusing. So the lack would be, it certainly was not pellucid. I think it could be better if I were to make an interpretation, but I really don't fully understand if I was told that we had allocated $300,000 at the start and we've now had to increase that a little bit. So we're still within our budget, but I didn't hear that either. I heard that we were given a partial bid and then we improved it to incorporate or to add a different thing to bring it up to speed or something else. But the bottom line is it's not very clear. Generally, I can sit here and I can listen to the staff presentations and I understand. And again, I do appreciate when things are made clear enough that I can understand. Thank you.
Can we just make a quick comment? Oh, there's more.
Mark Bell. Transparency, huh? Wow. You sure say the word a lot. Sure seems like you do everything you can to prevent it actually happening. It's true. It's true, Stephanie. Just like the project out there. It didn't go to the lowest responsible bidder, went to the lowest bidder, who then had to ask for more money because they couldn't do the job. And so now it costs more than what the lowest responsible bidder put in. And who knows how it's going to end up. We're going to end up like having more and more money for stuff like this. Smirk away.
Let me just say a quick.
We have one more public comment.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I just think 2,000 bucks a square foot is insane. It's like a hospital emergency room setting. 2,000 square foot's a lot of money. It's this big, 2,000 square feet. It needs to go back out to bid. That's insane. Thank you.
Are there any members of the
Mayor,
public
quick-
online Zoom?
Oh.
We have Zoom. Like, please let me run the meeting. Thank you. Are there any?
No,
on
Mayor,
Zoom?
no one
Okay,
on
we're going to
Zoom.
close public comment. Vice Mayor Egger, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, as far as the $1.6 million, I'm just reading this. In September 2024, the estimated cost for this option is approximately $1.5 million. Mike and I weren't even here. If you were at that meeting in September of 2024, you'd have heard it was going to be a $1.5 million project. Now it's $1.6 million. I mean, it hasn't even been bid yet. Could I ask this question? Do we know how many contractors took out bids that they are due back March 18th? How many contractors have plans and specs to bid? Do we know how many took out?
The pre-bid meeting had roughly 20 prime contractors at the meeting.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Thank you.
I'll make the motion.
I just said I was going to make a motion. Didn't
Okay,
I?
go ahead.
Okay, I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute a Fourth Amendment to the professional services agreement between the town and Fairchild Brahms Design to add construction management services for the Fire Station 21 remodel project in an amount not to exceed $80,200. This resolution is not expending the total project cost, which remains estimated at $1.6 million.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Blash, a second from Councilmember Kohler. Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Councilmember Garangeli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger,
Aye.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. Moving on to item number 4, the agreement between the town of Fairfax and the Fairfax Festival adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to finalize and execute an agreement with the Fairfax Festival Committee for the town to provide limited fiscal agent services and other described services to the 2026 festival. Who's giving the presentation on this?
Mayor Hellman, I'll start.
Okay.
So Jennifer is going to pull up the slides, and I'm going to move quickly through them because it is very late. And the first slide is a title. Second slide is some of the benefits of the Fairfax Festival, which I think all of you already know. So I'll move on to the third slide, which is this agreement is really intended to help clarify the roles of the town and the festival. The town does not oversee the program's personnel or financial decisions of the festival. It doesn't provide liability coverage for the festival, although the festival does buy an insurance document every year. The festival also provides partial reimbursement for town staff time, which is pretty significant, from the police department, public works, recreation, and finance. during the festival and in preparation of the festival. So next slide is the fourth slide. The town also provides in-kind services such as the street closure that you approve and the use of all the parks, promotion of the festival in town communications, and of course the staff time that I mentioned. So the recommendation before you today is to, and that's the next slide, you got it, is to adopt a resolution that authorizes the town manager to finalize and execute the agreement that you see in the packet and provide limited fiscal agent services to the festival for the 2026 season. And if I may just add a little more color to this. So the festival and the town have been working together in relative harmony for many, many years. And as we try to make sure that we are being very transparent about financial transactions and contractual obligations and liability, I think it's incumbent upon the town and the festival to have this sort of clarity, and it will probably be evolving over the years, but this is a very good start. And we've met, with Larry, who's here in the audience, Larry Bragman, who's the chair of the festival committee, and with Chelsea Donovan, who's the administrator for the festival. And so I think this is a really good next step for the town and the festival. And I'll open it up to questions from the council.
Great. I'll just say that I've been I've been help leading this as well, and I think it makes a lot of sense to formalize this relationship. The festival's really scaled since its inception 40 plus years ago, obviously, but we have data that provides that over 17,000 people come and enjoy this amazing festival. And so, yeah, I'm very supportive of formalizing this relationship to protect the town, to protect the committee. And I guess I will open it up for questions from the dais. Mike, do you have any questions? Barbara? No? Frank?
Oh, just a quick comment. The festival's been going on in Fairfax since I was here in 1960, and there was a festival in Fairfax. So it's been going on for a long time. There was a break in the festival, I think, maybe in 67 when there was a softball game out there, and there were a number of folks watching the game, partially undressed, and two council members were elected who said, wait a minute, this is just terrible what's going on in Fairfax, all this nudity running around. And so they actually canceled the festival for, I think, 1 year, and then was kind of restructured. So, but it's been going on for an awfully long time, not just 4 decades. But I just want to make this comment. The Marin IJ just ran a best of the best for Marin County for all kind of a number of things, from doctors to bars to whatever, and it was the Fairfax Festival was named the best festival in Marin. So I guess we've been doing something right here. Folks loved it, and so the only question I have, I was looking at these expenses. Police staff time 24,000. Now. We know Friday and Saturday nights we have at least 3 officers on duty. Saturday and Sunday, at least 2 officers on duty. Are the current officers working included in that 24,000, or is that 24,000 over and above the 5 officers that are working during the festival?
So the chief and I talked a lot about different ways that you could look at the overtime that's used for the festival. And the $24,000 figure is figured in the same way that when the chamber asks for, police presence for we need to block off the street for winter markets, similar to, the parade and the festival. That is the same calculation. So that's basically not figuring in the kinds of adjustments that the chief is always trying to make to change the schedules to reduce the costs. It's an estimate that gives you a realistic picture of what it might cost if, let's say, you were to say, we're not going to do that protection with police. There's going to be private security, and then they just call the police if an arrest needs to be made. Did that help explain?
Well, so the regular officers on duty during that whole weekend, Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, I mean, they're going to be paid whether there's a festival or not.
But they use he uses the entire staff.
Right. Yeah, he does use the entire staff.
So to answer your question, it's over and above.
Over and above.
Any other questions?
Seems awfully pricey.
If I may, remember that the agreement is that the town is taking that $5,000 reimbursement, and those overtime costs that you saw below the line are just to give you visibility on what it is that the town is providing to the festival. It's not a charge against the festival.
And I just want to point out that I sat with the chief as he developed these figures, and he said the $5,000 was something that started during COVID, and because it was much less. And he said it always was $15,000, and that was just not expecting all our time to be paid back. So he said it shouldn't have been 5,000. It should have been closer to 15,000, but he was asked to say what it truly costs to try to do this. And he did a really good job of trying to figure out what over and above, as well as Kristen did the same thing. And so I just think, I think there's things we can do saying certain things are public benefit and not charging for all of it, but we wanted to portray the picture.
Yeah, we just wanted to provide, like you're saying, what the town does a lot of work, and I just wanted a true reflection of what the town's contribution is, whether that's staff time or what have you. Councilmember Blash, do you have any questions? No questions. Okay, let's open it up for public comment.
Again, thank you, Town Council. My opinion is this is a real benefit for the town. I think the town should even subsidize this to a point. However, I think when the festival makes any amount of money before any amount is given away for any purpose, it should first go to reimburse the town and thereafter allow them the discretion to keep a little surplus for the next year, whatever they need. I've also strongly suggested in prior years, and I have recently spoken to both Larry and Minna about this, I think it would benefit the town and the festival if the festival and or the chamber filed a 501c3. And if they did that, they could receive donations. It would also allow them to get insurance through an aggregate provider for nonprofits. And they could get a D&O policy as well as a general liability policy. So that way the town would be properly indemnified. The committee would be properly indemnified. The festival would be properly indemnified, and our chamber would be properly indemnified. But most importantly, it would give a sense of transparency for all the funds that come in and make sure that the town is reimbursed first. But even if the town does extend a little or expend a little bit more than what the festival brings in within reason, I think it's beneficial for the town. That's probably the nicest advertisement that we could give for our town and what we want to project about our town to the general public. So I hope you will ensure that it goes forward, but in a prudent manner that the town is protected and the town is reimbursed where possible. Thank you.
past my bedtime. Thank you for taking this up tonight. It's very late, and the whole process is appreciated to formalize things. So just a couple quick sort of technical comments on Section 3. There's a provision for electronic funds transfers being sent back to the town within 3 days of receipt. A lot of times we don't get electronic funds transferred within 3 days because of various technical glitches. And so I would just request that we be given 5 days and that it would be from receipt in our bank account and not receipt at the festival. We just don't get all the funds within 3 days of the festival. So that is one little amendment that I would like to see that I think is reasonable. The other thing we talked about is increasing our event insurance to 2 million. We're going to try to do that. I don't know what the market is for liability insurance for events, and we talked about having some flexibility with that, but we're definitely going to try to get a $2 million policy. If it increases our costs but makes everybody feel better, we'll do it. I've got to say a couple comments before I go, and I'll try to be brief. When I was on that council, I remember there was a young kid that came in here and said, I'd like to see someday where the town of Fairfax and the community of Fairfax come together. And I think that's kind of what if I could finish, I kind of think that's what the festival really represents. The town is putting its best foot forward, and so is the festival committee. The festival relies on hundreds of hours of volunteer time that's given to the event. So there's sort of a combination of community and town. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that the proceeds from beer and wine sales are going to private nonprofits, firefighters, Native Sons, Fairfax Children's Center, EcoFest, Chamber of Commerce. After they pay a very steep commission, the proceeds go back into the community through their charitable endeavors. So it's yet another way that the festival puts back resources into the town. So it really remains as sort of a grassroots event that really represents Fairfax culture, Fairfax music, and the Fairfax community. And there's intangible benefits that I think you all recognize. And I just want to say, I appreciate the process. I understand why everybody wanted to get this formalized, and I'd like to see it go forward. So thank you very much.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I would like to thank everybody involved in the festival for so many years. It wouldn't be happening if it wasn't a community event. What's not noted in here, though, on an accounting term is that it's intangible goodwill. The festival pays dividends all year long. The festival makes Fairfax a destination. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you again to everybody.
Just wanted to make a quick comment. Thank you for formalizing this. As the Chamber of Commerce, we are a nonprofit 501c6, and we have to pay for insurance. That's like most of our cost. And so, I don't know, the insurance cost is really high. So anyway, just saying, festival is really great. It's like a cornerstone event in our town that we should honor and cherish, and appreciate all this time you're spending on it. So thank you.
Hi, Chelsea Donovan. I'm the administrator this year with the fair. Lived here for 17 years. First time working with Larry and the committee. So I'm looking forward to it. And just want to say with experience and so far, what I've learned in the month I've been working with the festival is it is a pretty incredible partnership with the town, all of the volunteers, so many people who are passionate, some decades and decades of experience that go into this, and the vendors and people that come far and wide. I've talked to a lot of folks from the county who host festivals, and we do it very differently. We have a very community-minded festival, so I'm very excited to be a part of it. Thank you.
Just want to say good to see you, Chelsea. It's been a long time.
Okay, no, any hands raised on the Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment. I am personally okay with this, with the changes that Mr. Bragman requested. One would be to change with regard to merchant settlements, changing it from 3 business days to 5 business days is, I think, acceptable. And then what was the other item?
From receipt in our bank account rather than receipt at the festival. That was his other request.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. And then I did have a question for staff. So Heather, you have a signing authority up to 25,000, and that's what this reflects. So if and when expenses go beyond that, are you going to come back, or how is that going to work?
So yeah, the way the agreement is structured is I would be coming back as soon as we're getting close to that 25,000 because I need authority from the council for that.
Unless there
Okay. And then can I ask,
Unless there are funds deposited, so you could have an offsetting.
Uh-huh. Okay. And then I know from working with Chelsea and Larry that this proposed schedule, if you will, of income and expenses will be sort of tweaked over time. So can we get if you come back, can we get an update to this as well, this Exhibit A?
Absolutely.
Because we just want an updated reflection of what we think it's going to be.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, go ahead.
So I already sent these before, and I agree with the mayor that Mr. Bragman's changes sound fine. Just a couple of things that I had already sent is the third whereas, where it talks about we provide for payment of the festival committee submitted invoices and to be reimbursed by the festival committee. I think we should add something like that. And then on page 4 of the agreement, where it talks about the festival, the last bullet on number 3, the festival committee shall procure a contractor for trash and recycling collection and disposal services. Should we add to that and shall pay for the contractor? Because I don't know that we have one at this time. And then just, I mean, maybe that's not important, but I just want to ask a question about the list of committee members, and I'm sure you can work this out. I know this was given by the committee very quickly. As far as I know, Renee Goddard has said she's not associated with this anymore. She moved on from her position, and it has her down as emeritus, but if we're talking about moving forward, I don't know about that. And I'm not sure why we would have town staff. I'm sure they're not volunteering their time. They will be paid for their time. So we appreciate them stepping forward to help, but they're not committee members. That's part of the town's staff supporting the festival, correct?
Yes, I think that's an important distinction is, so you'll see in their recreation staff in particular, who need to coordinate with the festival committee, but they don't need to be named as committee members.
Maybe they should just be staff liaison to sponsorship committee, staff liaison to food booth committee.
Yeah, I think just like we're not calling out the police and we're not calling out the public works directors, I mean, we want them to help, so that's fine. But anyway, I think I just want to say I appreciate the mayor and our attorney and Heather working with Mr. Bragman and Chelsea to get this formalized. I think this will be helpful for us. And I did send Larry, you know, my insurance for my business, and it may not be the kind of insurance, it may not work, but I've referred other people to them, and it's pretty inexpensive. And I went to 28 underwriters before I could get insurance, just so you know. They were pretty easy, so maybe that's a route for you, maybe it's not. But anyway, thank you for putting this together. And do we need a motion on this thing? Oh,
This is a resolution.
oh, so I'd like to make a motion
Did you
to,
capture all the tweaks?
did you capture all the tweaks? Janet? Okay, so I would like to make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to finalize and execute an agreement with the Fairfax Festival Committee for the town to provide limited fiscal agent services and other described services to the 2026 Fairfax Festival. I just want to make one change to that, execute agreement. We want to give you the authority to make a few little changes.
So
Right.
look at the title of the resolution. I think that would be.
Okay, well, what's on the staff report isn't right then.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me read it again. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax approving a limited fiscal agent service agreement with the Fairfax Festival for Fairfax Festival 2026, authorizing the town manager to execute the agreement and authorizing the manager and town attorney to make minor modifications to the agreement in keeping with the currently stated intent. I also want to mention we need a resolution number.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Councilmember Gearing-Galley. Councilmember Blash?
Yes.
Councilmember Gearing-Galley?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger?
Aye.
Mayor Hellman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, just a correction. Vice Mayor Egger made the second. I think you had. Did you get that? Okay, thanks.
Okay, I see our planning director has arrived for item number 5, which is an interim urgency ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on formula businesses. Go ahead, Jeff. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is super straightforward, so we can start the timer, a 3-minute presentation.
All right.
So the ultimate objective here is to adopt with a 4/5 vote of the town council an interim urgency ordinance pursuant to a government code to place a 45-day moratorium on the issuance of entitlements for new formula businesses as defined in the ordinance. So the formula businesses, if for people that aren't familiar with that term, is also like a chain store. And the key there is a 4/5 vote. So at least 4 of you have to agree to vote for this for it to pass. So why are we doing this now? We are just concerned. We've noticed some areas of improvement with our current formula business ordinance, and we do not want to be caught with applications while we're working on updates. We wouldn't want an application to kind of slip in under the wire before we have a chance to update it. So what the ordinance does, it prohibits the entitlements, and also importantly, it defines what a formula business is, because the definition that's currently in our our town code is not very clear. It's pretty vague. So we also include a really clear and concise formula business definition in the ordinance itself. Another key point is that it expires in 45 days, which is April 18th. And we are required to have a report to you 10 days prior to that. So we'll probably be coming back to you at your next meeting to discuss this further. The staff report outlines all of the potential findings that we need to make in terms of the impacts to health, safety, and welfare. So I won't go over those here. It's in the staff report and in the ordinance. And then we also plan to return to the Planning Commission. We've already discussed this at a study session and in concept. And so we plan to return to them with additional ideas. So that is my presentation, and I am available for question, as is the town attorney.
If I may, I'd like to make one minor adjustment on the definition of formula business B, both in the ordinance and I guess in the staff report. I would like to add the word also before including. So it reads formula business means a type of retail business, also including food service. Is that?
That's what I raised my hand about.
That's what
It just
you did.
makes
Okay.
it clear that it's not just food service.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, I just want to play back what I heard you say. So the Planning Commission and you obviously have been focused on this for a while. We've got a lot of community feedback. And what this moratorium does is buy us a little time to work on it,
Correct.
essentially. Okay. Any clarifying questions from the dais? I'm not seeing any. Okay, let's open the public comment.
Deb London.
I'm sorry, could you turn your mic on? On. Yeah, there you go.
I was at the Planning Commission meeting that in the presentation for this formula business thing. And right now I'm a little confused. Is there going to be more opportunity because there's been no outreach to the community? Nobody knows anything about this. It was suggested that the CUPs be abandoned, conditional use permits, and it's going to turn into a backroom, rubber stamp, ministerial approvals. And that's really bad. And I'm strongly against that. It has to remain a conditional use permit. I had to have one for the coffee roastery. Most everyone did. And I don't like this ministerial review at all. It's not transparent. So not liking that. And I don't know. So is there going to be another opportunity for this to go in front of, is there going to be another presentation for people?
So I think we just want to clarify, this is just the moratorium to buy us time. The thing that you heard about at the Planning Commission is the bigger ordinance. This one is just putting a stop to it right now. And so we're not talking about what you talked about at the Planning Commission. And you will have another opportunity.
Okay.
On that.
And there'll be outreach to the community because that presentation felt very knee-jerk based on one law case and big emergency, and you want to protect the town against formula business by inviting 13 formula businesses into town. So I have a lot to say about that. And I was wondering if it was maybe a way to, is Grocery Outlet going to apply 45 days right after the moratorium expires? Grocery Outlet is going to go into Fairfax Market. Nobody knows that. And, or is it just, paving the road for School Street Plaza and inviting a bunch of chain stores over there? Because this town cannot handle 3 business sections. It's already very difficult to do business in this town. Just this week, I heard about 4 new coffee stores coming into town. So we need to talk about proliferation.
I just want to clarify, this is about the moratorium. So just for folks we're not talking about what was discussed at the Planning Commission.
Yeah, that was. Because it ties in.
It's not the item.
Let's not do the back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Mina with the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for bringing this up and having something in place to protect the town and the businesses in the meantime while we figure this out. I think that there needs to be more discussion. I don't know if there's opportunity for a workshop. I don't know how many days we get for this, but it's going to change our town significantly if we can't figure out what the parameters are. Thanks.
Mark Bell, I was also at the Planning Commission meeting. One of the most illogical sessions I've ever seen, where you invite 13 chain stores in to protect yourself from chain stores. Why is there only a 45-day moratorium? Why isn't it longer? What happens on the 46th day? Or is it going to be like, oh, it's April 15th or whatever day it is? Oh, we need to pass this incredible ordinance that will allow 13 chain stores to come in because we're going to be protected. Totally illogical. Why isn't it 60 days? Why isn't it 90 days? Because it's going to take time. And I think we also need to have a different attorney on it. But as far as having a moratorium, I'm all for it, as long as possible, more than 45 days.
Just to
Janet,
clarify,
It's the law. Do you want me to answer
Yes, so
that,
if you
respond to that? It's statutory. You get 45 days initially. That's per
And then you can
California statute.
extend it by.
And then you have to look, you have to see a report what status is, and then you can extend it.
What's the mechanism to extend it?
It's for council, another council action, and we have to come back
Okay.
to the council.
All right, so it's
before it
state
expires.
law that it has to be 45
It has to
days.
be, and then the next extension is 10 months and 15 days, taking it to a year. And if you can make the findings, I'm sorry? Oh, he doesn't listen anyway. So if you can make the findings, it's another year after that, max 2 years.
Okay. Please.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Contrary to what Councilwoman Kohler just advised the other speakers, the two items are tied together, completely tied together. Every single speaker who spoke at the Planning Commission was against the update of the formula business ordinance, which would get rid of the CUP process that exists. That's conditional use permit process.
If you could please just narrow your comment to the moratorium.
The moratorium is happening because of public input. So I am speaking on that. They are tied together. I'm speaking about why the moratorium's happening, and I'm wondering whether so many other things, as Mark Bell just brought up, whether so many other things that this council's done and that the attorney has advised in some way set this town up for legal liability. Right now, we have a CUP process that allows for a formula business to possibly come in here. It's a legal process and they can go through it. Before you pass this, I'm all for having, a CUP process. I'm not for a ban which would set us up for future liability. I am for a modification of this. This is what we're talking about. What I suggest is that you keep the CUP process that you have in place and you have a moratorium on ministerial approvals by a single person who hasn't lived in Fairfax very long or doesn't live in Fairfax.
Okay.
I too disagree with this process. I think we have something. I do not fully understand why this sets us up for liability. I certainly do not think it should go to a single person, and no offense to Heather, town manager, any individual, unless it's here on the floor for the town to see so the town can make comment. I don't think this town would have the charm and character or the festival if we're just another commercial operation. And I, for one, would certainly have a diminished view of this town. So we should stick to what we have, and we can certainly improve it. And again, if our attorney cannot write appropriate language, give me a shot or hire somebody else. but stick to our plan, stick to our town. We have a process. We can improve that process, but you don't start inviting in certain stores because you have a preference to keep out other stores. Thank you.
Any hands on Zoom?
Yes, Mayor, there is one speaker on Zoom.
Go ahead.
Kathy Flores, you're unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Okay, very good. So this doesn't have to, but I wrote up something, it doesn't have to do with the 45-day moratorium, but I'm still gonna read it. Why is this issue being brought forward now? Is this change connected to the proposed high-rise project, School Street Plaza, and what was approved for them within the housing element zoning designation? It seems to me that when Heather Abrams assumed role of the town manager years ago, part of that responsibility is to thoroughly review Fairfax's municipal code of ordinances and understand them fully. Had this occurred, any discrepancies within the formulary business ordinance could have been identified and corrected long ago. I agree with key findings in the staff report that Heather Abrams and Janet Colson Wright wrote regarding the formula businesses, including national chain businesses, Woody Road, Fairfax's unique character village. Formula businesses, particularly fast food establishments, create traffic and safety impacts that negatively affect our community. This concern seems self-evident. The current ordinance suggests that any business with a logo, trademark, employee uniform, yada yada, be considered formula retail. Under such a vague definition, nearly every business in Fairfax could potentially fall under this category. Can someone please tell me which business in Fairfax actually meets this definition? The staff report itself acknowledges that the term standardized is not appropriately defined and remains overly vague within the code. Rather than weakening protections, the logical solution would be to correct the wording and clearly define standardized. What appears necessary is not expansion of the formula business, but correction of the existing ordinance by prohibiting of any formula business drive-through operations in Fairfax and provide a clear, comfortable definition of standardized. Is a proposed solution from Janet Colson and Heather Abrams allowing up to 8 chain stores, or is it 13? Truly intended as an
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Any other hands raised?
No, Mayor.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'll make a motion. Close public comment.
Close public comment.
Okay, like to make a motion to adopt with a 4/5 vote. Who? We already went through that.
Proceed, Barbara.
Who is it? Well, why don't you come up?
Yeah, don't just stand back there.
Ling Xian, yeah, he's just saying that he doesn't see where this existing ordinance that you have here is similar to the one in Malibu. I think that's what it is. Did it say? Okay, the staff report implies.
So wait.
Into the mic, please.
Are you
Yes.
commenting on your own or commenting for someone who already spoke?
I'm commenting on my own. What do
Okay,
you
great.
mean?
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not it's like the
item
ordinance
is
for
the moratorium.
for the chain stores. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
We're talking about the moratorium. So it's the feedback that you have is on the
chain
ordinance
for the
in
chain
development, and that is not what we're talking
The
about.
ordinance for allowing chain stores is what I'm talking about.
Forget it. They're not.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I'm going to make a motion to adopt with a 4/5 vote.
Don't we get to say a word about it? We haven't said a word about it.
Okay, good.
Just quickly, here's what the state law allows. It allows a town or a county to adopt a moratorium ordinance if it's in some kind of a process dealing with zoning issues and they're not quite sure where they're going with it. The law allows that community to adopt a moratorium to give them time to sort out what they're going to do with the particular issue that they're grappling with. The Planning Commission held a hearing. I was at that hearing. I didn't say a word. I just took it all in. And as someone said, no one at that hearing supported the proposal that they were looking at. So this is in response to the people that appeared at that hearing and opposed what was being proposed. This is a 45-day moratorium, which the law allows you to do before the 45 days are up. If the Fairfax Planning Commission has not finished dealing with an ordinance to regulate formula business or chain stores, then the town council can extend that 45 days with another motion up here. We'd have to have another meeting. It could be extended up to a year very easily, and maybe even 2 years, a total moratorium until the town has sorted out the ordinance that feels necessary to meet the needs of the community and the needs of business people. So that's what we're doing. That's this process tonight. That's all we're doing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That was perfect. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt with a 4/5 vote of the town council an interim urgency ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 to place a 45-day moratorium on the issuance of entitlements for new formula businesses as defined in the ordinance, with the one change in the definition as the town attorney mentioned.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second, please?
Flash.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler, a second from Councilmember Blash. Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli.
We never got a chance to speak on this, or maybe we did, but anyway, there is no emergency going on. And I don't like doing things just for really no reason. We have a UPS store. Thank God we do. They print. It was a busy store the other day. I was there. So I just don't see an emergency. We have a 7-Eleven. There's other stores, I'm sure. So I've been here in Fairfax basically 68 years, and I don't see a reason to panic. I don't see a big stampede of chains coming to Fairfax this year, for instance. There's plenty of time to do this. So I'm going to vote no. I just think this is drawing more attention to us than doing nothing at all.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger,
Aye.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
You got Flash vote?
Flash second.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's right. All right, moving right along. We have now at the point of consent calendar. The council can approve all items on consent in one action, or any council or staff member can remove items for separate discussion and voting. Public comments for consent calendar items are taken collectively, not item by item. During this period, speakers may address any item on consent, with each speaker allotted up to 2 minutes and limited to one comment section.
Just want to note, remember we removed 6E to be continued.
Yes, so 6E is continued TBD, I believe sometime in April. And
Which one's?
yeah, I think that's good. I need some water too. E is being continued, the annual housing progress report.
Ease.
That's being continued.
Okay, going to the bathroom.
Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break.
I just wanted to.
Okay. All council members back to the dais. Okay, so we can approve all the items in one action, or does anybody want to pull anything?
Vote against.
Okay, why don't we should we pull D then? Because then maybe we can,
I thought we could just vote. Like, I vote for all of it except for one.
Can we do that?
That's what I heard, because I asked how to expedite that. I was told that.
Let's just pull it.
Right?
Okay, I'm gonna pull D. I'm gonna pull D and we'll hear that one after consent. Can I get a motion to okay.
Pulling D or B?
D as in dog. Yeah.
I know.
And then E is continued. And with that, I'll open public comment.
Public comment just on what's remaining on the consent calendar?
Yeah,
What's
so
left?
public comment on consent is on A, B, C, F, and G.
Hi, Todd Greenberg commenting on the consent calendar this evening. I would request that you actually separately pull every night that this council meets and reviews the finances until we don't have a fiscal emergency. You just voted to declare a fiscal emergency, and we're spending no time other than 2 minutes collectively for all the consent calendar to discuss what the financial reports are. That seems to be very wrong. I'm not sure if anyone else is aware of that, or anyone wants to look at the 331% over budget in just non-departmental and over budget in the town attorney's sections that don't reflect all of the legal related costs. That in 2 prior town council meetings, it was stated and requested of the finance director that these be put forth in one category, so one could easily understand the total amount of legal costs. Why is this not being done? Is it like the signs that still haven't been done for the other ordinance? Why is the public being misled? On meeting minutes, I'm told that left out of the meeting minutes is the debate that happened between former Mayor Larry Bragman and Councilwoman Mayor Hellman, where Hellman represented that the dispensary had been evicted and was elucidated that indeed it hadn't been evicted, that wasn't the process. Why is that left out of the meeting minutes? That's a public record, and there's many other things left out of the meeting minutes. These meeting minutes are not being done.
Hello, Council. I also have to comment, if we're talking about having fiscal emergencies, how can you push through on consent financial reports? That tells me that the general public needs to understand those reports so the general public can have an educated point of view to come in and assist the council, because an emergency implies a failure to assist the council in getting to a better. Stephanie, come on, please be nice with the face, but so that the council can get to a better place that we can help the town. And especially when I provide you guys PRAs, whether it's for the police department, who provides all that information to Janet, and Janet precludes me from my information, or financial things from this town doesn't want to provide it. So does that mean I file a complaint with the Attorney General? Does that mean I bring forth a suit so I can subpoena this information and show how this has interfered with my production of income? This is all the same thing. The town needs to be transparent. And when you cry, I need money and a fiscal, emergency, you can certainly provide the report so the general public can understand what you're spending the money on. I'm glad you find it so humorous. Maybe if you took the time to understand, you wouldn't be laughing and smiling like that. Thank you.
I just want to say, as a Chamber of Commerce, we're really appreciative that everyone here has stayed till the end to hear this last piece. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I always endeavor to work collaboratively with everyone. And so I'm going to keep doing the same. So thank you.
Just want to say thank you so much. And I just, watching what the Commerce has done, the Chamber of Commerce has done, just for the city and for everybody, and getting the city involved with all the fun events and everything. It really brings families and communities together. And just wanted to say how happy I am about it. And thank you for being here so late with us. And I'm having a good time. Thank you.
Any comments online? Any hands raised?
Yes, Mayor, there is one speaker online. Kevin Curtis, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My comments and wait was to speak on item 6E. However, it is of the importance that everyone up on the dais understand that 6E has a hard requirement of being submitted by the 1st of next month. The 1st is a Wednesday. I don't know if that is the next meeting date for the town council, but by close of business, by the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure that you all understood that. In its current form, it does seem to be a bit skewed. So I understand why you pulled it, but I don't understand without a special meeting how you could possibly get it submitted in time if you pull it from tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Can you clarify that about the APR? I think he's talking about being due April 1st. Does it legally, it seems like often cities submit it much later than that, but.
I've already talked to Jeff. He's already cleared that it's okay to be a few.
Okay, I just wanted to
little
get
bit late.
clarity from our staff so that the speaker.
Right.
At his.
The deadline, we intend to submit it shortly after the deadline, and it sounds like Jeff's already.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar items A, B, C, F, and G.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Councilmember Garanghelli. Councilmember Blash.
I'd like to make a quick statement. I haven't said a word on consent. Just for information, the best at Krieger bill, that's legal, was $70,205.52, and expenditure to date is $1,042,855 in that non-departmental account. I don't know if that's all legal or not, but probably a lot of it is. Just for information, someone had brought it up tonight. I just wanted to tell folks
Okay.
what's in this. That's all.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
I'd like to say one thing is that going forward, I think, and it comes up every single meeting, but the financial report should be on our regular agenda and not in consent. And I'd rather hear it early when more people are here and Michael could be here and that kind of thing. So I'm still voting yes, by the way, but I just want to point that out. I think going forward, we need to do that.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Egger.
Aye.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to 6D, the repeal of the Fairfax Town Code, sections 5.56.170 and section 17.110.050. This is a second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance 905, repealing Fairfax Town Code sections 5.56.170 and 17.110.050 and revising section 17.110.040A to remove provisions related to the proposed relocation of Marin Alliance for Medical Marijuana to 1591-1593 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. This is a second reading. I don't think we need to rehash it. I'd love to entertain a motion. Oh, public comment. Sorry, open public comment.
I'd like to ask, first off, my name's Todd Greenberg. I'd like to ask whether or not this council has received legal advice for doing this in terms of the consequences of essentially by its prior actions to rezone the area and creating Fairfax's largest mass eviction, where 12 live work businesses and 25 people living in below market rate housing
We're talking
were
about
evicted.
second reading
Yes,
of an
but
ordinance.
what I'm asking about,
Second reading of the
what I'm
ordinance.
asking about is
Stick to the topic,
if you
please.
do this, is this going to create legal liability in terms of limiting the prospects of the business being reestablished? And how much legal liability is it creating by doing so? Because I think you might actually modify this ordinance, which was there for a reason before, so that you aren't driving Ms. Shaw's business out of business and then liable to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Anybody online?
No, Mayor, no speakers online.
Okay, we're closing public comment on item 6,
I'd like to make a motion to adopt,
or D, rather.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance repealing sections 5.56.170 and 17.110.050 and revising section 17.110.040A of the Fairfax Town Code. Do I need to read the whole thing? Okay.
I'm seconding it.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler, a second from Councilmember Blash.
If I may, just a quick comment. I'm going to vote no on the motion. And the reason is, that's a legacy business and it needs to be sorted out before we totally take it off the books. And I might add, the last time Lynette Shaw applied, I think it was $1,400 for a permit, and this time it's $2,800 for a permit on Bolinas Road. Did we double those fees? I don't know if we doubled them or not. But anyway, I'm just saying I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Okay. So,
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Councilmember Gearing-Gelly,
No.
Councilmember Kohler,
yes.
Vice Mayor Egger,
No.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Moving on to council reports and comments, which are provided in the packet. And we are adjourning this evening's meeting in memory of Dora Hayes, Carol Nielsen, and Jesse Jackson. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.